Okay, ladies and gents, tricksters and tricksettas, welcome to another Tier 3 sub VOD review. Today at our coaching table we have Da Vinci, and he is a Gold 2 Omen player playing on Haven. Now, in this game, I was struggling with my shotgun because my smoke was too deep. I think that threw me off. Okay, we'll see what type of smokes you're doing. Sometimes I just get lost and don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm playing too passive or too aggressive. I play on 100 ping, but I'm not using that as an excuse for being gold. You can use it. To be honest, like 100 ping is really fucking bad in Valorant right now. I think that, I don't know. You know, when I got Radiant in North America with 150 ping, it was okay. You know, it was before the high ping update in Valorant. And it didn't feel that much of a problem. It felt like you're playing a bit laggy Valorant on 60 Hz monitor, for an example. Now, everything above, I don't know, 90, 80 ping is just fucking cancer. And to be honest, like, I don't know if anyone can reach Radiant now on high ping, to be honest. Like, it's really a challenge. Like, really, you need to be an exceptional player to do that. But I think on 100 ping, you can definitely reach maybe Ascendant or Immortal, you know. That's doable. But Radiant, I don't know about that, to be honest. I don't know why you're playing on high. Why are you playing on high ping? Wi-Fi, Ethernet, like, is there any fix we can do? So yeah. I played with the same ping in Overwatch and reached Grandmaster and even hit Celestial rivals. Like, the thing is, Valorant is precise game, even though it's not really a FPS shooter, and you know, there's a lot of RNG mechanics mechanically. Still, you know, we are searching for the headshots. Peeker's advantage is fucking cancer in this game. There's a lot of desyncing already. Like, when you play high ping Overwatch and Rivals, it's not that big of a deal. You know, you can play Wolverine on high ping, whatever. You know, you can play some tank on high ping. You can react on some things, healer as well. But in Valorant, where every millisecond matters, I don't know. Like, I mean, I believe that players can reach Immortal without any, I mean, with some problems, of course, like, but they can reach Immortal. But Radiant, I don't know, these days, to be honest, like, solo queue with that ping is cancer. My aim felt great in that match, but once I got into a real match, it turned to trash. Okay, we'll see why. Like, basically, a lot of people, I don't know why players still don't get it in 2025. Like, when you're playing deathmatch, you're only focused on one task. That task is killing an enemy in front of you. When you're playing the game, you need to focus on multiple things. So, how do you get better aim in the actual ranked match? You get better aim by aim training, of course, but also by turning all of the other skill sets on the autopilot mode. Like, once your utility usage is natural, your positioning is natural, your pathing is natural, your map awareness, you know when to check the minimap, you'll have more time to think and to be focused on actually your screen, enemies, your right hand, and shooting the enemies. So the best way to get better mechanics is by working on your mechanics, of course, but you want to also develop every other skill set, especially, you know, proper movement, peeking, angle holding, positioning, all of that stuff. Now, I'm unsure when to crouch in fights, though I think crouching helps in close range battles. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, like, basically, when you're in the close range fights, you can crouch to fuck up the enemy's crosshair placement, close range and medium range. Crouching in the long range fights is just pointless. You know, you're already a very tiny target on the enemy screen, so you don't change that much. Holding some angles while crouching is good. Going for a crouch pick is good on some of the angles and some of the positions, like mimicking the enemy's movement when they crouch and you try to fuck up their crosshair placement. That's also fine. Like, those are mostly the times when you want to crouch, and if you see that your spray goes to Jesus Christ, you try to recorrect it with this mechanic. I also don't know when I should be bursting, tapping, or spraying. That's also, like, all of these topics that you ask me right now require high levels of situational awareness. Like, right now I can make a video that is 5 hours long, only explaining these two topics. Like, I would just recommend you for crouching and movement tips, watch my movement guide on YouTube. It is free, it is right here, and you can just, you know, go there. And when it comes to bursting, tapping, or spraying, let's put it like this. Enemy is low HP. You go for like tap or burst, essentially. I mean, sorry, for burst or spray, if enemies are low HP. If enemies are, you know, basically like have same health points as you almost always want to go for the burst fire in Valorant. You want to commit to the spray only if you're fully committing to the fight as well. Like, if you, let's say you're fighting an enemy on this line. So that is where you're going left and right. You go left, you burst fire. You go right, you burst fire. You crouch and you commit to the fight, you go for the full spray. You stay on the same position, go for the full spray if that enemy is like close to you or in some kind of a medium range. In long ranges, you should almost always one tap or burst fire. In close ranges with SMGs, shotguns, you know, like just spam that guy, like run and gun, I don't know, like full spray, you know, stinger, brother, like most of the time. Like, it also depends which weapon you're using. Like that's also a fucked up topic that we need to discuss here. Like, for an example, with stinger, you should almost never burst fire. Like, the only time you should burst fire is like when you're using ADS in the long range fights to kill an enemy. So for an example, if we ever get in a range. So for an example, you know, if an enemy is all the way there, you want to do this, essentially. And try to control the spray of the burst fire. If an enemy is here or there, you mostly want to just commit to the fight. Like, there is no reason to really burst left and right. The RNG of the bullets is way too much of a stinger. Like, you will find more success killing that enemy if you just maybe go for one burst and then go for the full, like, spray control downwards. Now, with the Guardian, whatever, Phantom, Mendel, all of these automatic weapons, as I said, like, if enemy is all the way there, like above, like, let's say 30 meters, it's just like, you know, left, right, left, like burst fire, one tap, that's it. Like, when you're holding tight angles, always one tap or burst fire. There's no reason to spray. If an enemy is close to you, you can go either for a burst fire or the full, like, if you crouch down, just go for a full spray during that fight. In medium range fights, you can try to mimic the enemy movement. If you get hit during your strafes, you can just commit and go for a spray. Like, usually when you get tagged and you get slowed by a bullet of the enemy, that is the moment of time where you kind of need to stop and commit to the fight. Because the bullet tag in Valorant is just cancer. Like, when the bullet hits you, like, your movement is slowed down significantly, and you just need to commit to that fight most of the times. Now, I don't know, if you're low HP, one taps, like, you just need to delete an enemy with a one tap. Like, for example, even if I have a bulldog and I'm holding this type of an angle, I'll go for the ADS if I'm holding the enemy here, because I might not have a chance to go for a automatic fire with 5 HP. With burst fire, at least, like, I'm gonna fire 3 very fast bullets and there is a chance I delete an enemy, for an example. With Vandal and Phantom as well, like, you're low HP, 1 taps. You're behind an enemy. Fuck it, just go for a full spray. Go for 4 body shots, like, literally, don't even aim for the head. If you have automatic weapons, like, just delete that guy. If you have an automatic weapon. So it really, as you can see, it really depends on health points, on the distance, like, it is something that you learn, like, over time. These are just some basic tips that I gave you right now. Like, there's plenty of different scenarios that you will experience in Valorant that we didn't cover right now because, you know, I can literally make a 4 hours video about this topic. Now, when it comes to, like, ping as well, that is something very important. When you're playing on a high ping, you need, you need to play more aggressive. Like, basically, holding tight angles. Okay, you can hold them for information. Very good. Very good. Like, if you hold an angle like this, just for the info. Very good. But, don't let the enemy speak you. Like, you need to take a fight. You need to disengage and now, bam, take that fight. Like, you want to abuse the peeker's advantage and then basically, as much as you can. Holding the angles and just, you know, tucking yourself in the positions is the worst thing you can do. You're playing with the shotguns. Let's say here, for an example, enemies are pushing you. I'm not gonna wait for the enemies to peek me. I'm gonna be the one peeking out and trying to kill that enemy with a judge. Like, basically, when you're playing on high ping, it's same as if you're playing with 60 FPS and 60 Hz. Tight angles don't exist. I mean, you're not trying to kill the enemies on tight angles. You are trying to, like, just get the info, and then once you get the info, you take a fight with a jiggle peek, with a wide swing, with a... Depends, you know, which position you're holding. Jump spotting is also cancer. Like, I don't know. You can try doing it, but a lot of times your body is just gonna get stuck on the walls, and it's really bad. Jiggle peeking in the corners, like, most of the times you need to commit to the fight. Like, if you get tagged during a fight, you need to commit to the fight. There's no going out. Because if you get tagged by doing this, your body is still here on the enemy screen, and on your screen you're moving to the right side because of a desync and, you know, ping disadvantage. You really want to play simple agents or agents that rely on utility. Basically, Cypher, Vice, Killjoy, Deadlock, Reyna, Clove. Chamber is maybe possible. Up to Immortal 1. Should be possible. Still. Then, I don't know. Brimstone, ISO. Like, the less movement that agent has, better for you. Like, you know, Jet is impossible. Veil is impossible. Raze is impossible. Phoenix can also be impossible because you need fast utility usage, and I mean, like, when you have high ping, like, the flash is gonna be getting back in your hands multiple times. So these would be my top picks, like, on high ping, like Brimstone, Chamber, Clove, Cypher, Deadlock because of defensive utility and cheesy strategies. ISO, KO, Phoenix maybe, Reyna, Sage, Vise, and that's it. Other agents, too hard, man. Too hard, like, you know, I mean, on high ping, doing any execute with Yoru is just fucking suicide, like, you know. Basically, once you TP, like, good, you know, you don't have time to shoot enemies, essentially. Like, before you start shooting, actually, enemies are already unblinded, and they're ready to kill you. Like, it's just, not worth it at all. So those would be my, I don't know, top picks for top tips for playing on high ping. But we'll see in your gameplay anyways. I don't know if I should tap and then move and then burst, or just burst plus move plus... Brother, you're just overthinking at this point. Just remember that most of the times you just want to burst fire enemies in Valorant. Like 90% of times your fights should look like this. Like basically there is an enemy on your screen or two enemies, whatever. Like you're moving left, right, you know, like 90% of times, this is how your fight looks like in Valorant. You get tagged by that enemy. Okay, now you can maybe crouch and commit to the spray, or just, you know, go for the full spray. Like, I don't know why you're overthinking so much. Like, your goal is just to be the hardest target to hit. You know, move left, right, left. Like, don't just do this. You know, this shit. Sometimes crouch, uncrouch, stuff like that, and burst fire. That's it. Like. That's it. If you're low HP, holding tight angles, one tap. If there's multiple enemies on your screen, burst fire or one tap. You're behind the enemies, they don't see you. Full spray, fuck it, send it. Like, they don't have time to react anyways. In this elo. That's it. I'm unsure how to take duels efficiently, I guess. And I don't do counter-strafing at all. Counter-strafing, not important. Minimal benefits. The only, you know, sometimes I tell people to learn counter-strafing only because it might be beneficial for players that don't know how to connect their left hand with their right hand. Like, they don't know exactly when they are accurate to shoot during the strafing. Because with counter-strafing, it's very easy to understand. I mean, it feels so unnatural for me, but it's very easy to basically understand when you can shoot. Like, you're pressing the A key, you press the D key, take a shot. But, you know, not that important. Compared to CSGO, like, you don't need to bother yourself with this. But if you have the problems with, you know, moving while shooting, you know, during your strafe fights, not bad. You know, you can try to learn the mechanic, and essentially it might help you be a bit more accurate. I mean, even when I was playing CSGO, and I never learned counter-strafing in my life. Like, I don't know how the fuck I reached, like, top 350 players in Europe on Faceit without learning that mechanic, but it's just a nuisance for me, essentially, especially in Valorant. In Valorant, it's just absolutely not important. In CSGO, it is important, and you should definitely learn it. I'm sorry, I'm just fucking tired. I cannot speak. Now, sometimes I overthink situations or hesitate. Okay, I'm just gonna give you one. I'm just gonna give you one very important tip. It is better for you to make a bad decision rather than just getting stunned and not doing anything. By making some kind of a decision, and you get fucked by making that decision, you're still learning. You know, okay, I did something proactively, and I lost this match or this round because my decisions were shit. But if you're just fully static, waiting for something to happen every round, not being proactive at all, I mean, that's just gambling in Valorant. So, just, you know, I mean, it's very hard to fix this problem without some coaching and backseat coaching and stuff like that. You know, VOD review is not enough for this shit, and there is absolutely no real training that I can give you for this problem without doing some private coaching. So just try to, you know, like, it's a video game. Like, you learn by failing. You will fail 100 times. 101st time you will actually understand what the fuck you should do in that specific scenario. So just remember that not doing anything most of the times is just the worst game decision that you can make. And giving in the hands of your teammates the ability to control your match, or giving in the hands of the enemies to control how the rounds are gonna go. I'm so bad at holding angles, but I mean, you're holding angles at 100 ping, like... Hum, thank you a lot for the Prime Gaming sub, and thank you a lot for scamming Jeff Bezos. I mean, on 100 ping, holding angles is literally impossible. Literally. Like, you really need to be tricky. And I'm gonna teach you during a VOD review how to do it. Every time I hold an angle, I die even if I see them first. I don't know if it's because of my ping or ping 100%. Like, I mean, probably as a gold player, you're not really positioning yourself in the best way possible. But ping is just... on high ping, there's no holding angles. Like, you need to hold them for the information only. Like, holding the angles to actually take a kill is only doable if you play Operator and Outlaw against eco enemies, you know, without a heavy shield. But holding angles with a Vandal and Phantom with the intention to kill the enemies is just cancer. I'm level 120 and I still gold. My friend also make fun of that. Brother. I'm also doing some scenarios like using Kovacs. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I'm immediately gonna tell you, like, brother, I've coached some players privately that are stuck in the same rank since episode 1, act 1. Players that are literally, I don't know, platinum somehow for 5 years straight. The funny thing is, like, I don't know how they still have willpower to play the game. Like, that always amazes me. You are stuck in the same rank for 5 years, and you still have willpower to grind a solo queue. That is a dedication, and I love that a lot. So you're not the worst, you're not the best. Like, this is pretty much average shit, you know. It's not good, obviously. You're stuck in this gold 3, actually he's gold 3 rank, and we have a problem, obviously. Just you need to understand that this is not that bad. Like, and also, another very important tip: never, but never, compare your progress to someone else. Like, we are all different. Like, everyone is different. You have your own strengths, your own capabilities, your own limitations, you know, and your own setup as well. Like, there's gonna be days where you're gonna underperform, days where you're gonna play like shit, days when you're gonna play very good. There's gonna be days where basically you have time to play the game, days where you just play sometimes, you know, like so essentially, like, what is really important is just some level of consistency. Like, that you have a goal in your mind, that you know how to work towards that goal, and that you understand what you're missing and what you should be working on. Like, for example, now, like, I'm just gonna give you my example. That's easy, you know. Like, for the last 10 months, I've been playing like shit. Absolute dog shit. And just all of a sudden, just bam, downwards. Like, last August, we got Radiant with 60% win rate and 2 KD or something. It was something crazy, like, in just 80, 90 matches. New act starts. Immediate demotivation. I lost willpower to play the game. I stopped any type of aim training, any type of focus, like, you know, stop enjoying the journey. And that is very important as well. Like, basically, you want to have the consistency in everything that you do. You want to enjoy the journey, have motivation to grind, and all of that, you know, it's fucking video game. Like, it's supposed to be fun at the end of the day. If it is not fun for you, fuck it, you know, like, and also, everyone is different. Like, if you're, I mean, friends making fun of you for being gold. Come on. You know, that's fucking stupid. Stupid. Maybe your friends are... I mean, like, it's just fucking stupid, like, don't even think about that topic at all. Like, you are your own individual, and you have your own path in life. If you want to reach a specific goal, you have a motivation, you have fun, you have an idea what to work on, like, you will reach it easily. Easily. Now, I don't know, like, basically, when it comes to this tracker, you had a lot of ups and downs. To be honest, like, your best performance is when you played Reyna, which makes sense. I already mentioned, like, Reyna is one of the best agents to grind with high ping. One of the best. So, I don't know if I can actually recommend to you Omen for the grind on high ping. Like, because it can be pain in the ass. Very painful in the ass. Like, I'm not gonna speak about your statistics too much. The reason for that is because you're already in a disadvantage. I need to help you how to overcome these disadvantages. Like, everything is shit. Everything is absolutely shit. Like, maybe mechanics are, you know, overall headshot percentage is okay, but headshot percentage with Phantom, below average. ADR, below average. KD, far below average. KST, far below average. I mean, below optimal. Win rate, I mean, reflecting our stats. Even in this act where you actually managed to go for a 56% win rate, very below average stats. Like, almost everything is a problem for you. At least when you're playing other agents that are not like Reyna. You can notice for yourself, like, I mean, somehow you have 50, I mean, Omen is okay. You know, Omen is not that bad on high ping, because you can still support your teammates. You cannot do a lot of aggressive plays, but you can do like 80% of them. Omen is okay, but, you know, Neon is cancer. Like, you know, you just probably got lucky with this. 10 matches, 7 wins. Like, don't look at this stat. Like, if you are below like 20, 25 games. But Killjoy, you know, as I said, like, on this high ping, I would play someone like Omen, Reyna, Clove, Killjoy, Brimstone, Cypher as well. The Chamber is okay, but Gecko is also a pain in the ass. Like, abilities sometimes travel back in your hands. It's nuisance, basically. So, I would just recommend you to stick with these. First of all, you need to stick with a few agents. Like, my brother is playing everything that exists in this game. Everything. Like, you cannot do this. Like, relax a bit. Like, stick to 4 agents up to Ascendant 1. Or maybe even Immortal. Like, let's truly master something. Like, there's not a single agent on which you have 300 hours. Not a single agent which you truly mastered as a player. So, let's stick with less. Let's work on the problems. Let's work on different situations. And let's learn how to overcome our disadvantage with these agents. Okay, you can play Omen as maybe a main pick or a field pick. No problemo. You can play Reyna as a main pick or a fill pick. Now, I would definitely put in that roster one or two sentinels. Like on this ping and this disadvantage, okay, let's put Killjoy there. Let's put Killjoy. And let's maybe put, I don't know, Cypher or Vice. You know? Let's try that as well. And you can use the Clove if you feel that your Omen grind is not going well and you think that something more simple is gonna suit you. So 5 agents, more than enough to carry the matches in this silo. Now, these 5 picks are not really the best. Not even near. You know, some of them are not even near the best to actually carry in gold and low elo. But on 100 ping, you know, these type of problems require different solutions. At least on the defender side, you can be useful. You can create some fucked up setups with Vice, with Cypher, with Killjoy to demolish the enemies. And at least on defense, we can have a decent impact. On attack, swing left, right with your teammates, take the fights, and that's it. So limit the agents. You know, don't do this. Fuck this shit. Actually focus on 4. You know, let's focus on Omen, focus on Reyna as our 2 main, Killjoy, and Cypher for like 1 act. Let's see how that is gonna work. And you can play them on their respectively best maps. You know, like for an example, in this act on Ascent, okay, we can roll with a Killjoy and Omen as main, Reyna as a fill, and that's it. I don't know. On Icebox, Omen is great, but you can also roll with a Reyna as a secondary main and Killjoy as some kind of fun fill pick if you really need to fill a Sentinel. On Lotus, I don't know. Like, I mean, Omen is the best on all of these maps, but like, just play whichever agent suits you the best on that specific map. Like, if you can already pull up 80% win rate on Ascent with Killjoy, spam the Killjoy on Ascent and you don't need to think about it. As long as something is working for you, keep abusing it. Just keep abusing it. Like, there's no reason to fix the problems that don't need to be fixed. Simple as that. Now, as I said, like, you can simply watch all of my other tracker reviews, like, keep in mind that every single stat of yours is bad. But, as I said, this can be a main problem, can be the ping and the playstyle. Like, you need a completely different playstyle on this ping. Like, clutch percentage is very low. Amount of my everything is low. Like, basically, like, there's not a single stat that is like, oh, you know, maybe we should not work on this. But also, maybe I'm coping. You know, stats can lie a lot of the times. Like, one thing that you should never be in Valorant is a stat cell. You never know when a player is gonna pop up, like, how much impact a player has, like, how many rounds that player actually closes and wins for his team. I met a lot of Radiant players that have, you know, far below average stats, and they're Radiant. Basically, your statistics make sense. You know, on this high ping, you need to perform really well on a defender side. Like, on defender side, you need to win every match 7-5, 8-4. So what is 9-3? So what is really important for you is fully polishing out your defender side. If on defense we can win a lot of rounds, attacking should be easy. I mean, finishing off the match should be easy peasy on the attack. And you know, when you're in such a disadvantage, you need to be a bit of an IGL. Like, you need to bring some kind of a different value to your team. Sometimes you'll have to act as a absolute NPC just a refrag target. Duo queuing on high ping is really, really good as well. And yeah. We need to see this gameplay because this is gonna be interesting. Loadouts. Everything is bad. Just watch any other tracker review and you'll know what you're missing and what you need to work on. And weapons, listen, like when I was playing on North America and on high ping, I usually prioritized one-tap weapons. Like, I think it is much better playing Vandal than Phantom on attack. Much better. And on long-range maps, you need to play Vandal. Like, basically, a lot of times what's gonna happen to you on high ping is you're gonna get in a 1v1 fight. You will dink the enemy with a Phantom. Second bullet is gonna go into his head, but it's not gonna register because of desync and, you know, latency difference. So I would actually recommend you to primarily focus on one-tap weapons. Sheriff, Vandal, Outlaw, Operator, shotguns when you're playing close ranges. Like, those are the weapons, Marshall as well. Those are the weapons that should be your main priority. And Ghost as well in pistol rounds. All of the other weapons are just almost impossible to be used on high ping because of latency difference and disadvantage. Especially Operator. I don't give a fuck who you're playing. Omen, Killjoy, Cypher, like, you need to use it on high ping. Like, that is your main ticket to medium elo lobbies and to maybe Immortal as well. You will notice that every player that is playing on high ping, he is primarily abusing the Operazione and Outlaw. One-tap weapons, you know, like basically, you know, in Platinum people have a really bad, and Gold, very bad angle clearing, crosshair placement, utility usage. You can abuse that, and reaction time. You can abuse all of that to just get one tap with an op by holding some good angle, reposition, and then play retake with your teammates, for an example. You need to give more love to this weapon, this weapon, this weapon, as well as a semi-buy weapon. Marshall in some of the anti-eco rounds or eco rounds, and Sheriff. You know, it's like complete reverse recommendation that I would give to a normal, to an average player in Valorant. That should be a variety type of player. But Peter will sponsor your new internet service provider. Actually true. Can you review my tracker? Can you remove my tracker? Remove it? Remove it from where? What? Okay, I don't know. You know, when you're VOD reviewing and coaching high ping players, like, basically, you need to see the gameplay. Like, this tells me absolutely nothing. Because you need to adapt your playstyle to your disadvantages. And that is the main problem here. Also, I need to ask, and you can answer once you watch this VOD review, why do you have high ping? Like, do you play on a Wi-Fi, Ethernet? Like, can you do some kind of an optimization? Like, maybe there's something that can help you out. Exit lag? You know, with exit lag, I get 30 ping less on NA lobbies. On NA, I usually have 130, 140. With exit lag, I have 100. Maybe your ISP has problems with routings, you know. Maybe you can get like... I mean, if you lower down your ping from 100 to 80, that is playable. That is actually really good ping and a really good range to be in. But, yeah, that's all of the tips that I can give you for that problem. Okay, now we're on the attacker side of Haven, and basically brief TLDR, like how to play this map in low elo lobbies and what you should actually do. First of all, A site default site #1 priority. C site number 2 priority, B site number 3 priority. In the first 4 to 6 rounds, try to lead your teammates primarily onto A site and C site, and try to do the most basic strategies ever. Keep them in check, keep your teammates together. Just tell them to do a, I don't know, 5-man execute A split, C split, 5-man push C, that's it. Don't even consider touching the B site in these lobbies. Why? Because playing the post plants on B site in these lobbies is absolute fucking shit show. Absolute fucking shit show. So, if you're below like Immortal 3 or Ascendant 1, like don't even try it. Use the B site later if your executes and strats are not working on the other areas of the map. Now, how do you play the first few rounds on Haven? So if enemies have like 0 hardcore sentinels, basically we don't count chamber there, and every other sentinel is like a hardcore sentinel. Just do a 5-man push on C 3 times in a row, and in the fourth round, do some kind of a fake. Fake C go A, fake A go C, or just switch it up a bit. You know, maybe you can do a deep smoke on C to make enemies think that you're maybe taking the C long space while your team is pushing A or something like that. Now, if enemies do have 1 hardcore sentinel, now basically always the best idea in these lobbies is just 5-man push on A. Like, fuck it. Like, send it in the first round, go for the aggressive play with a classic pistol, smoke CT, smoke this, smoke the tower. I mean, basically, enemies are not gonna have the vision from tower in short and long. Teleport on top of these boxes or below, and then you chill. In the first round in these lobbies, don't even, never rely on your teammates to move in, to take the space. Like, your gold, platinum, diamond, jet, they don't know what the fuck they're doing, essentially, most of the time. So, basically, in this specific match, enemies do have 1 hardcore sentinel. We're trying to avoid that sentinel. Like, if enemies have a sage in their team, like 90% of times, that sage in gold is gonna play somewhere here. She's gonna wall off the doors, C long, B, slow orbs. You know, don't even try going here. We can basically go against this specific setup 3 times in a row. A, together as 5, testing the enemies there, applying the mental pressure, and then in a 4th round, doing some kind of a fake, or just switching things up. You know, maybe we can test the enemies on C, see what they do in garage, stuff like that. Now, in this round, you know, you just tell your team, it's very simple call out, like you don't need to be IGL, like just, hey guys, let's do a 5-man push on A. Done. 5-man push on A. Classic light shield, 2 smokes, 2 shrouded steps. Your job, jump spotting enemies here to reveal them, or you can try to bunny hop into this corner, and with this part of the screen here, try to reveal the enemies as you're baiting their shots. Now, check this angle, path with your teammates here, check this position, check this angle, jump spot the enemies here, and execute begins. In the first round, smoke the city like this, put a smoke like this on top of these boxes. Is gonna block the enemy's vision on tower in short, and also briefly block the enemy's vision on from tower in A long. I mean, it's not gonna fully cover it, but in this elo, playing passively doesn't make any fucking sense in the first round. After that, as soon as you do this smoke, you're teleporting either on top of the site or below, and you're just waiting for the first contact between yours and enemy team, and for an opportunity to fuck up the enemies and do something. Like, basically, after this play, check the smoke. You have multiple options. You can just chill, wait, you know. You have a gap here. Your team is getting a fight, babap, refrag game. You can go for an extended play as well. Just teleport here. In gold 3 platinum. Just feel free to do this. Feel free to do this. Like, you will be good for at least 1 or 2 kills. You can also teleport under, all the way down here. That's also a solid play. Or you can use a fake teleport, simply to scout for the enemies. And you're essentially a recon tool for your teammates, because only God knows, like, I mean, you don't even have a recon agent in your team composition right now. When it comes, you know, you're playing Omen, so you're already controlling a controller, you know? Like, the only thing that you need to kind of micromanage when it comes to this team composition is your chamber. And if you're pushing A site, Chamber should be giving us like either this trap, this trip, this trip. Depends, you know, depends what type of push we are doing and through which area of the map. If you're pushing C, tell that guy to give you a trip here for an example. If you're defaulting, you know, depends why we are defaulting. Now in this first round, let's see what we're gonna do. And if we're gonna call anything. Listen, like, you know, as I said, like, IGLing in solo queue, not worth it at all. Absolutely not at all. Like, basically, if you're below Immortal 3, it is much better to adapt to your teammates and just, you know, learn how to play different situations in your games. But in the first 4 rounds, on the attacker side, at least give your teammates some ideas. Where to go, what to do, based on the map that you're playing, and based on the enemy's team composition. That's it. Like, simple call out. Hey guys, let's do a 5-man push on A. Most of the times, they will listen to you. Like, they will listen to you more than an average Radiant or Immortal 3 player, because these players have huge egos. These players are just lost. You know, like, this Yoru maybe doesn't play the game that much. Sage is maybe a woman, she's afraid to speak up because of mentally dented Valorant players, and you never know why your teammates are not communicating. But essentially, from my experience, when I was smurfing and doing all of this, when I do backseat coaching in this elo, 70% of times people are gonna listen if you give them a call out in the first 4 to 6 rounds on attack. First 4 rounds at least. First round, bare minimum. Like, first round is very important to us to make a right call, to do the right push, to go through the right area of the map, and to play together as 5. We cannot not allow Chamber to peek window alone. We cannot allow Sage to lurk. We cannot default. Impossible in this elo, in the first round. Just a waste of time, Like, you're gonna lose that round 90% of times. Like, you know, if you see that your Chamber is ready to do a shit like this in a first round, tell him, Chamber, brother, like, you don't need to do that. You use your teleport, you know, maybe use your teleport to open up the A set for me. And just push A.
Spike down A.
Also, when you're doing a push onto A set in this first round, emphasize to your teammates, especially if you're playing below Ascendant 1, that we should primarily go through A long. Fuck the A short. Like, tell your, I don't know, one guy should go short in this first round. Majority of you guys should be pushing through A long. Now, a lot of times if you grab the spike and go somewhere, then they will follow you if they are not listening. Exactly. Like, that is, you will see when I played like Stinger to Radiant, Sentinels to Radiant, whenever I play some kind of a series, even Jet to Radiant and Immortal, you will see that, I mean, you cannot see because Twitch VODs are like deleted, but maybe in some of these videos, like I explained, I actually carry the spike a lot of times on attack. In lobbies below Immortal 3. A lot. Like, if I want my teammates to go somewhere, I'll tell them where to go, what to do, carry the spike, and pretend like I'm a noob that is sending it. And a lot of times, they will listen. Of course, you know, if you're going for some kind of a play like this with Omen, like, you know, I want to teleport here. First, I'm gonna drop the spike, and then I'm gonna go for a teleport. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna just send it, you know. But this is horrible. Very good, very good. You know, the play that you're doing, setup is fine. Just, you know, please, you know, before you do this second smoke, the aggressive smoke, make sure that you check this angle. Like, generally speaking, usually I first check this position, and then I do the smokes for CT and this smoke right here. Okay, listen, like, if you're teleporting through the smokes and not across the smokes, always check the smoke first and then teleport. Like, if you ever die like this during your games. You could have done something better. Like, this should be a common knowledge already at silver level. Already a bronze player should know that you should not be pulling your TP instead of the smoke. Never. Only if you want to scout the smoke. Like, for example, what I do sometimes, if I have the range to do the aggressive execute. So, for example, okay, I have this smoke. I will use a teleport, but through the smoke. Like, I'm gonna do this. So I'm basically using the TP as a brief scouting tool to give my teammates the info if someone is playing in the smoke and risking it a bit. But I'm not gonna be, you know, pulling out the TP in my hands and running like this. Also, what is really important, like, you know, when you're learning Omen and mastering Omen, like, you really need to learn the distance when you can do the shrouded steps. Like, right now, we really don't have any tool that can help you with that. Like, the only tool that you can use are the smart pings. But the problem with the smart pings is that now they're very inconsistent. So, with Omen, you can still use the smart pings to teleport on the positions that you're smoking. Like, basically, when you're like 17, 16 meters away from the smart ping, you can pull out the teleport, jump, and TP. And 99% of times, there's gonna be enough distance to teleport. Like, you can still do that. For example, if you're missing the feeling or knowledge to use a teleport, like, you know, without the smart ping. Like, basically, you know, you're doing this execute. Do a CT smoke. While you're doing this smoke, smart ping the box in the middle of the smoke, but you need to be in the line of sight, essentially. So the ping actually stays. Go back, and now you have a smart ping to go there. But, generally speaking, what you should be doing, mainly, is go in a fucking custom server and practice every single execute. Like, if you're consistently missing some shrouded steps, like, basically, you know, you're missing your execute on the truck of B site, where you're taking the teleport as well. You're missing the C site execute as well. Just go in a custom server. Like, you spend like 15 minutes practicing one execute. You'll get it next time. Like, there's no, like, after 15 minutes of training, and there's no way you miss it again. You know, like, it should be more than enough. I mean, you can go through the harder route, you know, like, just consistently dying and just learning from your mistakes, but it's just better if you do this in a custom server. Like, you know, you want to practice the first round, execute on A. Okay, I want to jump, bunny hop here. I want to have this crosshair placement there. I want to clear this angle with this crosshair placement. Check this. Okay, now I use the smokes. Or, first I jump spot the enemies. Now, use the smoke for the CT. Use the smoke for the box. Wait for the smoke. Clear the angles. I'm going out. Already, from the middle of the stairs, from the middle of this, like, sloped area of the map, I can jump and TP. And take this fight, clear the smoke. Now, I have three options. So, with Omen requires the same level of pre-planning as you do with Vice, Cypher, Killjoy on Defender side, for an example. Like, when you do some aggressive play or execute, you always want to know what is your step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and what are all of the options that you have available when you do that execute, and what are all of the different scenarios that can happen to you once you do that execute. The first one was an absolute shit show from both you and your teammates, but they somehow won it. Like, I don't wanna like ask. So in the first round, like, what happened here? Like, Breach played short, Glove played A, enemies did a fast rotation. Reyna was probably B player or Garage player. Sage is also Garage or C. And Raze is also B, Garage or C. Okay, I mean, basically when you're making a decision what to do in a second round, you make that decision based on economy, based on what you saw in the first round, and based on team compositions. Like, in the first round of Haven, if you saw that only Breach and Clove are defending A site, and Sage, Raze, and Reyna are towards B, Garage, and C, fuck it. 5-man push A, or 5-man push C if you think that Sage is not gonna have a wall to delay and stop your push. If you won the first round. I mean, even if you didn't, to be honest, it doesn't matter. Now listen, this buy option, I see it a lot in my coaching sessions, doesn't exist in Valorant. At least not in ranked solo queue. Maybe pro players are doing this, like I don't watch VCT that much, I don't fucking care about it. But in ranked solo queue, this doesn't exist. If you want to buy a Bulldog in a second round, especially on attacker's side, when you win the first round, you buy the Bulldog, you make sure that you have a heavy shield, and then the rest of the money goes in utility. You buy Dark Cover, maybe one more Shrouded Step, or if you already have a Shrouded Step, maybe Paranoia. And that's it. Like, you cannot play this round with a Bulldog and Light Shield. Now, if you don't have money for Bulldog and Heavy Shield, go for the Stinger Heavy Shield utility. Go for the, if you really prefer the Spectre over Stinger, like for some reason, go for the Spectre Heavy Shield and utility. Like, I don't know. But Bulldog Light Shield, never worth it in this second round. To be honest, like, his game feels extremely smooth, considering he's playing on 100 ping. Like, when I play on 100 ping, bro, I cannot jump spot the enemies. I don't know what is this magic, bro. Like, if I ADS on 100 ping, I'm going in and out, like I'm dubstep on my screen, man. Bro, you need to open your microphone a bit more in these first few rounds. Like, force yourself to do it. You know, like, basically, I don't care about this game. You know, never watch my streams when it comes to the gameplay. You know, like, I don't give a fuck about Valorant anymore. But if you truly want to reach Radiant for the first time and get better, you'll need to speak a bit, like, and navigate these imbeciles. Like, essentially, you know, all of these players are very low elo. Most of them are lost. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, some of them don't want to play the game. So most of them are also like autopiloting as well. Like, in these lobbies, you need to just basic callouts. You know, for example, on Haven, whenever enemies on defender side are eco, halby, or bonus, avoid this area of the map completely. You don't need to have anyone here. If you're doing the A push, you can send one guy as a decoy to clear that short, go for long. Or do a 5-man push on C. Like, what we're doing right now is, you know, very bad. We're letting them do whatever the fuck they want. But I don't know how he's jumping and jump spotting so accurately, you know, like, on NA, I have 100 ping right now. Brother, like, I do, like, this is what happens to me. I do a jump spot, I do this, I don't even do it. My model comes back here. Like, already, when I do this, my model is back up. I cannot jump spot the enemies. I ADS. This is what's happening.
Not bad. Not bad. Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Very big mistake. Very big mistake in this round. Like, this is something that you learn in my playbook, like, as soon as you open it up on Discord. Like, basically, that I think this is the first thing I explained when it comes to playing Omen. So, when should you go for aggressive plays with Omen? Like, you go for the aggressive plays only in the first round, always on attacker's side. You go for the aggressive plays when you're playing eco rounds and hull by rounds on attack. Judge, Bucky, Stinger, classic pistol, shorty. You're trying to outplay the enemies, and you use the aggressive setups. Number 3, when do we go for the aggressive plays, is when our teammates are absolutely fucking shit. Like, your teammates are not opening the site, they don't want to go in. You use your utility primarily for yourself, and you go for some aggressive play. But your teammates are good. Default setups. You know, smoke this, paranoia on site. And you're moving in with them, maybe with shrouded steps. Your teammates, you're playing an anti-eco round. Enemies on defender side are eco hull by bonus. It doesn't matter how bad are your teammates. You never go for the aggressive plays. Like, never. If enemies are eco. Bap, Paranoimus Rex. Somewhere for the site, and we're going out. This round we primarily want to win on our reflect potential and together with our teammates. So, also, one more tip. Whenever you see weird smokes and fast smokes from the enemies, expect enemies to play inside of these smokes. Tell your teammates to use some kind of a utility to clear those smokes. Maybe bait the shit out of your first teammate and then refrag him. But right now, I wouldn't make a single footstep in this smoke. You can try to spam it as well. Now, the chances that enemy Clove once again is going to play in this smoke, maybe with a shorty or Bucky, 90%. Literally 90%. Now, one problem... Another problem with this setup is that the time frame distance between your aggressive smoke and your teleport cannot be more than 2 seconds. If it is more than 2 seconds, you will get fucked in most of the elos and most of the lobbies. Because 2 to 3 seconds is usually the amount of time that an average like player below Immortal 3 needs to figure out why the fuck are you using a specific smoke. And that is when they activate their brain cells. Maybe, you know, in Iron, Bronze, and Silver, like, you have more time. Like, it can be like 4 seconds, 5 seconds, I don't know. But generally speaking, you want to reduce the time between your aggressive smoke and your teleport into that smoke as much as you can. So this smoke for top of the site, usually you want to drop when you're ready to go for the execute. You know, over here, for an example, I'll drop the smoke, and now I'm going out. Because right now, around 5 seconds passed, and 5 seconds is more than enough for... I mean, it should be more than enough for these enemies to figure out, like, what you're doing. But I don't know, like, this is still like gold 3 platinum. Kakashi, welcome to you, man. I don't know where you wanted to go here. First of all, this city smoke, you should place it differently. Like, basically, the city smoke should look like this. Now, second of all, I don't know if you wanted to TP in the smoke or in this corner. If you wanted to go into the corner, that's a good idea. But teleporting in this smoke is just suicide. Like, you should TP into this smoke only when you're 100% certain that an enemy is not in the smoke. And when you're doing these executes, you know, like when you're practicing them for the first few times, just look at the minimap. You know, like on the minimap, you see like the purple like circle, and take your time. You know, like when you're low elo, it is much more important for you to focus on precision rather than speed. Speed is gonna come over with time. Like when you do this type of an outplay, like 100 times, 101st time you'll be Usain Bolt essentially. But you know, teleporting into this smoke, against eco enemies, that was a bit of a suicide, to be honest. But as I said, like, there is absolutely no reason to go for this aggressive setup in anti-eco rounds. Another reason why you never want to do these aggro setups in anti-eco rounds is because you don't want to showcase to enemies your best setups and strategies in these rounds. We want to keep these strats for the rounds where we are in some kind of a disadvantage. Our teammates are bad. We are in the numbers disadvantage, economy disadvantage. We need to open up the site. That is when you want to do them. But here, like, you know, enemies have classic pistols. They have ghosts, maybe shorties. Just support your teammates, go out, and that's it. Also, this is a terrible position to be in. Like, whenever you're playing a postman on a set of Haven, never allow yourself to play in this area of the map. In these lobbies below Immortal 3. Like, this area of the map, 0. Like, literally, you should never play there. 99% of times, just a suicide position. Most of the times in this elo, you want to position yourself in front of the site here. Why? Because you can refrig your teammates fighting enemies in CT, kill the enemies on tower, focus on short, focus on long. Like, basically, this spot, no bueno. If you can get out of this position once you teleport here, very good. If you have time for that. Like here, you should have done the paranoia to stop the enemy's raise advance and just reposition at the backside. From the backside. Like, literally, you know. What did you try to do? Watch Party Pro games or analyze it? I don't know, like, I still find Valorant esports boring, man. I don't know. Like, I can watch CS2, I can watch PUBG, I can watch League of Legends, but Valorant esports is like, I don't know, man. For some reason, I just... Like, the only matches I watch is finals and semifinals of VCT Masters and Champions. But I don't know, like way too. It's way too bland for me for some reason. I don't know why, to be honest. Like, since the closed beta, like I couldn't force myself to follow it. Like, basically, my whole coaching is just based on ranked. And I watch pro players play the game only to see if there's maybe some new pixel angle, a new strategy, new like utility setup that you can maybe use in ranked to fuck up these imbeciles, you know, below Immortal 3 Radiant. And that's the only reason I watch pro play. Maybe it is also boring to me because I spend so much time coaching in this game and VOD reviewing that I cannot I cannot watch pro play as well in my free time. You know, I would much rather do something else. Because in the last 5 years, there was not a single week in which I didn't do coaching. Even when I was on vacation, I'm doing some VOD reviews, analyzing some clips, like basically I don't remember the last time when I actually had free time. Yes, you know, in the last 10 months I didn't play that much Valorant, and you know, that's good for my mental health. But still, like, I'm answering on hundreds of messages per day. Then I review at least like 20 clips per day for the people that I coach. Weekly I do minimum 3 VOD reviews. Minimum. So like, I don't know, if I also watch professional esports in my free time, I would be fried, like. I would be fucking fried, like, literally, I would unalive myself, to be honest, at that point. Especially because in the first 2 to 3 years of Valorant, brother, I collected so much data about the ranked solo queue. Like, I don't know how I did it, to be honest. Like, I played... Just in the first 3 years of Valorant, I played, like, maybe 7,000 hours of this game. And watched 7,000 hours of, like, you know, combined, like, VOD reviews and shit like that. It's just, you know... I would have unalived myself, probably. Darkest Fellow. Yeah, I watched it, man. Like, that artist clip was insane. That artist clip was insane. I still need to get a VOD review in. Hopefully able to afford it end of the month. By the way, like, the prices of my coaching are not gonna go up ever again. Like, my coaching just reached the fucking peak. There's nothing else that I can offer to make it better. Valorant became very stale. It is the same shit over and over again. All of the data that I collected is from 2-3 years ago, and it is still applicable to 90% of scenarios even today. And it's just, you know, they need to do something crazy with this game to make it more interesting or different. At least basically, you know, like, if you're below Immortal 3, you still want to have the same mindset, you're doing the same strategies, the same tactics, like, going from Iron 1 to Immortal 3 is like a joke, basically.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, when it comes to your awareness, I don't know what happened here, bro, like, you were quite literally shooting this Sage. We killed the Raze in the CT here. What?
One enemy remaining.
So you will get 1 minus point there when it comes to awareness, and we will see, like, if this is a problem for you. Keep it, like, one thing that I always remind people, there is a training and solution for everything. You have bad communication. There's 5 trainings for that. You are unaware of utility usage, enemies, sound. 10 trainings for that. Your mechanics are bad. Millions of trainings for that. Like, I'm not really a mechanical coach, but I have like 100 aim training routines. So, just keep in mind that there's not a single problem that is not unsolvable unless you are maybe, I don't know, like, deaf, you know, dyslexic or something like that. And then I'm not a doctor, like, I don't know, I cannot really fix that for you. Also, this is the first time I actually see you use paranoia. Pay attention on the verticality, man. Like, this paranoia, Mickey Mouse. Like, Mickey Mouse, essentially.
One enemy remaining.
But I don't know how he was so unaware that Raze got killed. She just dropped right now, and Sage is alive. Basically, there are around 10 different cues that you use to check the minimap. Like 10 different scenarios, like something happens on the minimap, some different color pops up, somebody dies or takes a kill. I'm gonna share with you one post from my Discord server where I explain all of these cues and maybe try to, you know, try to write down that shit and try to focus on that shit for the next, like, few weeks. Because, for example, here, like, if I see that something happened on the right side of my screen, like, one enemy died, just briefly check the minimap to see who is the enemy that died, and to make the, you know, so that you can make better game decision, like, than using a paranoia for the Mickey Mouse and, you know, wasting utility. Also, what you're doing right now is really bad. Okay, I highly doubt we're gonna lose this round. Like, for us to lose this round, we need to be Joe Biden, essentially. Like, 3 Joe Bidens playing the game. So, even if you die, we're probably gonna win it. But, the problem is, the first 4 rounds, in the first 4 to 6 rounds, your priority is not only winning the rounds, but also building the strong economy for yourself and for your team for the future rounds. Especially if you win the first round and you're playing the second force by round, you want to make sure that you and the most amount of your teammates stay alive for the third round with the weapons that we bought, so that we have the highest chances of winning the third round as well. Basically, in these low elo lobbies, if you start the match good, like you win the first 3 rounds, you can easily snowball the economy to win the next 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row. So here, like, fuck this sage kill, you know? No hunting allowed. If your teammates want to hunt, bait the shit out of them, let them go in front of you, make sure that you stay with this bulldog for the third round, so that you have the highest chances of carrying the third round. Like, maybe, I don't know, and there's no maybe, like, I mean, you have a bulldog basically, like, with a heavy shield in the next round. Better than having a, I don't know, sheriff or classic or whatever you're gonna play in the bonus.
Not bad. Not bad.
Okay. Listen. Like, if on Haven, for 2 rounds in a row, you push A site, or you push C site, do it in a third round as well. Like, it is far more unpredictable. We're applying enormous amount of pressure onto enemies on that bomb site. Enemies will be doing faster rotations from like A to B, from B to A, from A to C and stuff like that. Like in this match, we already know that A site is guarded by Clove and Breach. Breach is playing aggro short, Clove is playing passively on site. We know that enemies are doing mega fast rotations immediately. With all of that info, we know what to do. Let's push A. What, like, if you already have a good information to execute some site early on, gamble on that information. Fuck it. Also, it is far more unpredictable that you're gonna push the same site 3 times in a row, rather than now switching things up. This is predictable what you're doing right now. And also, winning the 4th round becomes a lot easier because you will apply, and imagine you win 3 rounds in a row on the same bomb site. Breach, you Turkish motherfucker, motherfucker, like, basically, like, enemies are already blaming the teammates on the A site for all of the failure, you know, for losing 3 rounds in a row. Like, mentality of Valorant players is, like, you know, very non-existent, basically. Also, I would advise you, if you have teammates that are every round peeking the window, it is totally fine to give them this type of a smoke every round. Like, don't risk them dying, even if it is a chamber with a teleport. At the start of the round, use this mid-air smoke, like this. Make sure the smoke lands like that. Bam. Like, at least you try. At least you try protecting this idiot that is peeking in the window 24/7. Doing this peek alone is a suicide. Like, this is one of the worst peeks you can do without a flash ability or without any recon ability. Now, what you can also do is, like, you can use this teammate as a refrag tool. You know? Like, your teammates already peeking the window, like the chamber. Bam. Take a kill. You know, like, peek together with the chamber. But on Haven, like, one of the main things you should be looking out for when your teammates are defaulting, we don't have any plans. If anyone is peeking the window, try to use that guy to maybe fight enemies on mid, fight enemies on B, or try to protect him with a brief smoke. Anyways, if enemies see this smoke, they will put more focus towards the B site early on. They don't know if maybe we're gonna scoot in. They don't know what's gonna happen. Enemies don't have a killjoy, enemies don't have a cypher. They need to commit at least one guy defending the B side because of this smoke. Minimum. I don't know how his gameplay looks so smooth, bro, like on 100 ping, bro. What the fuck is this magic, man? I play on 80 ping, I cannot move in the game. How is this possible, bro? I cannot jump spot enemies on 80 ping. What do you generally think would help Valorant as a game compared to CS in terms of the mental? CS2 mental is also not the best. But the thing is, like, CS2 players will fuck your family. Fuck your dog, pets, whatever you have. But they will still play to win. Valorant players will fuck your family. Pets especially, because they're all mentally dented. And they will play to lose. And surrender. Like, that is the problem of Valorant players' mentality in ranked solo queue. Like, as soon as the game is a tiny bit hard, no, it's unwinnable. Like, you lose 4 rounds, unwinnable. 4 rounds in a row, unwinnable. You know, so sometimes even when you're winning, your teammates are gonna surrender. So basically, like, you know, in Valorant, when you're playing ranked solo queue, you really need to babysit your teammates a lot. Like, every round matters a lot. You need to clutch up a lot of rounds. You need to play a proper trading game. Use your teammates for a refrag, but like, you need to be very careful. Like, every round actually matters in ranked solo queue. Mark Johnson, just connect your YouTube account to your to your Discord account, and you will get an automatic role. And there is a channel on my Discord server called Agent Guides. You look like a gamer dog, bro. I don't even play video games. Like, now listen, this is, you know, okay. In this round, we defaulted with. You should have played with your teammates on mid. Like, basically, one of the main rules that you use on Haven early on. If your teammates are defaulting, and you have 1, 2, 3 teammates on mid, support your teammates on mid primarily. That is the rule that you follow on any map, essentially, with the mid area of the map. Like, your teammates in mid have a much higher chance of dying and making some kind of a mistake, rather than your teammates in C long and A main. They can play somewhat, I don't know, safe, maybe jump spot. You don't know what's going to happen with them. But your teammates in mid in this C low, never trust them. If you have 2 guys starting here, start with them unless you have a really good idea how you can maybe punish the enemies in A long, A short, or C long. You know, maybe, I don't know, enemy jet is playing with op here, 24/7. Okay, I mean, you can just TP across. It is not audible. Delete that jet, you know? Connect with your teammates. I'm just, you know, I don't know what's happening in the game. Now, this mode is used here, totally fine, to deny the enemy's vision. They don't know what the fuck is happening, but with these 2 kills that we got on mid, there is only one good call right now. And a good call is what? Hey guys, let's push A together. Hey guys, let's push C together. Like, right now, it really doesn't matter what we push. As far as I'm concerned, like, you can push whatever you want. Even B side. But if you're already 5v3, let's use the numbers advantage. Yell at them. I don't know. Make some kind of a voice changer, you know, like, basically
like this. And if you're afraid speaking to your allies, you know, if you have a girly voice or you are actually a girl and you are afraid talking to your teammates, like, I don't know, use some voice changer.
And then that's it, basically, like. And also, your awareness is very low. Very low. Like in the first 4 rounds, of any match, you should play with 300% focus. If you're serious about grinding this game. You know. So, basically you should be taking the notes. Where did you see the enemies? What did they do? How good, how bad are our teammates? Then, I don't know, like, what type of utility enemies are using. Like, you know that Clove and Breach are the A players. Run C now. But also, a problem here is like, we know that Breach is peeking the A short quite often. You cannot do this. We need to rotate with a crosshair placement towards the short. And now we can go. Like, generally speaking, like, one of the main rules that you should use for your crosshair placement is your crosshair should always be placed on the most probable angle at that moment of time, where the enemies can be. So if, you know, if I'm rotating from A to C, my crosshair is here. Then, no one is window. I'm gonna check this. Now my crosshair is here. I'm rotating there. Even if I have a knife out, I'm gonna do this. Why? Because as I'm doing this, getting around the cover, maybe I'm gonna catch the glimpse of enemy gun or someone that is, you know, peeking me from that angle, and I'm gonna gather that information. Like, whenever you're not looking towards the angle where the enemies can be at that moment of time, you're just losing information and potentially getting anally fucked. I mean, maybe you love that, but I don't. Actually, I didn't try it.
Spike down mid.
I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
I mean, when it is such a huge numbers advantage in a post plan, just either play with your most aggressive teammates, or just, you know, play on the spike detonation, that's it. Usually in these type of scenarios, you want to play with a teammate that has the highest chances of getting in a fight with a Clove. Why? Because you want to make sure that all four of you guys stay alive once the spike detonates. We want to make sure that our economy is great for the future rounds.
Cutting through. Shadows traveling.
Now, the absolutely best post-plan position that you should always take on the C side with the automatic weapon when your teammates are playing the post-plan passively from the C side are these boxes. We hold the doors from this off angle, we can peek the enemies in CT and support a teammate that is maybe stuck here or stuck there. That's it. This should be our default post-plan position on the C side of Haven when we are playing passively. Okay, that was easy. I mean, also, like, in these early rounds, you should be trying to ask yourself as well, like, can you maybe get some kind of a free kill and free opening early on if enemies are already aggressive on a defender's side? Like, you know, in this match, enemy Sage was also quite repetitive. As far as I remember, like, in a second round, in the first round she used the wall on B. In the third round, she also used the wall on B and peeked from top of the wall. So maybe even in this round, she's gonna do the same shit. So actually what Chamber is doing is not bad in this round. Like, people in, you know, players in lobbies below Ascendant 1, Immortal 3 to be honest, are very repetitive. You know, they like to repeat the same shit until they get punished like 5 times in a row for some reason. Because they're autopiloting most of the time. And that's also a good plan. But also, I mean, we can just send it here on A. Once again, enemies are eco, enemies are hull by. We have better economy than enemy team. We can just send it onto the A side with our teammates. Yeah, actually the enemy Sage peeked B-man again. From top of the wall. Those are the type of plays that you also want to punish in these low elo lobbies early on. Like, whenever you see that enemies are, like, aggressive somewhere, like, you can also buy the operator and just hold that angle, which you think enemies are gonna peek at that moment of time, whatever. Like, you know, you see enemies always like to peek the doors. Like, they peeked it, like, every round. For 3 rounds straight, 4, whatever, like. It's totally fine. Operator, shorty, whatever. Play the op on the attack, get a kill, numbers advantage, that's it. Enemies didn't peek that, no problem. You still have a shorty for the aggressive plays. We have the op to support our teammates at the backlines and to clear these early angles. No problemo.
Now. Time to jump.
Ooh, that was crazy.
Enemy spotted A. Over here. Thanks. Need healing. Need healing.
Now listen. I personally don't know how much your teammates are willing to listen in this specific match. Because we didn't have a single call out. We didn't make a single call out during this this game. So I really don't know how much our teammates are willing to listen. But in a games where you already know that enemies like to rotate super fast, and your push gets delayed for, 10, 15 seconds, and enemies already, there's at least like 3 enemies now on the bomb site. There's Reyna, there's Raze, and probably Sage as well. You have 2 options. Let's fucking go C. Why not? Like, why not? Slowly shifting, I don't know, whatever. And the second option is the 20-second rule. Basically cutting in the noise for 20 seconds and reheating the bomb site. The 20-second rule is gonna be explained in the videos, in the coaching videos that I'm gonna share with you after this VOD review. Like, when should you use it and why? That's a bit unlucky. By the way, teleporting in this corner, not a bad idea. Generally speaking, why Haven is such a good map for Omen, because you have a lot of these cross-corner setups, where, enemies are maybe passively holding the A-long from the bomb site. If there's a lot of noise happening, you can teleport here, try to surprise the enemies with a peek, try to get a kill, but, it's always a bit risky. But, as I said, we knew that there's at least 3 enemies right now here. Why are we still pushing A side? Just go back. Fuck it. I mean, if you already know that enemies are rotating super fast, you know how many enemies are on the bomb site, why would you commit to this suicide? I would commit to this play only if my teammates want to go on A. And I would bait the shit out of them right now. I would let my chamber get a first full contact with the enemies on A side, wait for the chamber to just swing this shit, and then, based on the info that he gives me with that swing, I'll swing together with him and fight together with him. But committing so much alone, especially with a spike... But okay, one of the first things that, as I said, that I noticed during this VOD is that your awareness is 0. Literally 0. You don't think too much, where are the enemies, what are they doing, what are my teammates doing? That is the first thing we need to fix for you. Just the overall awareness and just counting the numbers a bit more and paying attention to what the fuck are enemies doing and your teammates as well. Here, for example, I will still support my chamber in mid. But there is no way. There is no way he's not gonna get in a fight. Right now. We can get early kill there. Why not? Together with chamber. Pushing C right now, I don't know if that's a good idea. Just doing a straight up push C. A much better idea is to do some kind of a fake. But because Breach might be playing C, fucking us up. Raze has the ultimate. Raze was always, in majority of the rounds, Raze actually played on C side. Sage was a B garage C player, she can throw us lore. I don't know. Just not worth it, since A set is working for us essentially. Good jump spot. Literally a few days ago I coached a Immortal 1 player that my jump spotting mechanic doesn't exist. That is, not possible. Okay, this is very important. I already explained this in the second round. Whenever you see such a fast smokes from the enemies, you see this smoke from Charlatan. I'm playing inside of it with a Bucky, with a Judge, with a Shorty, 1,000,000%. Even if I'm not, it's a really, really good call out to tell your teammates, hey guys, enemies are inside of this smoke. Spam it, clear it with utility. Like, it's better to give a ghost comm like that than having your teammates lose their lives from a fucking Judge in this smoke. Clear it with something, you know, Yoru clone, Molotov, spray the enemies with a Vandal Phantom, I don't know, like, don't push through it. Like, basically, if enemies do a smoke, as soon as the round starts, or on your first footstep, like you just made one step here, they were ready for it. You know, they were probably just preparing it already, and bam. Now I'm here, waiting for you. Like, here, what I would have done, I would have called that someone is in the smoke, and second of all, I would have spammed it a bit, and then just place my default utility for the execute. In this round, I would use a default utility. I wouldn't go for any aggressive outplays, simply because our teammates are not that bad when it comes to executing bomb sites. They're willing to go in, you know. We can use them as a decoy, we can use them as a recon tool, and just push behind them, it's okay. When you have these type of teammates that are not passive. Actually, she played in that smoke with a Vandal, like, crazy. And she still died. This second smoke that you did, I have no idea what is that smoke for. I basically, you know, this smoke setup, like, you wanna do it only in some eco and halberd rounds when you're pushing C site, and you wanna go for some kind of an aggressive play, you know, left or right, to make a cover with a smoke. And I would almost never teleport inside of this smoke here. Instead of this smoke, I would teleport. But here, like, we got a kill. We're doing a default push for the first time. Like, your job is basically, you know, smoke, paranoia, and you're going out with your teammates. Don't TP up, like, TP here or here, like, depending where you see the enemies on the minimap. Like, you just gave the enemies to the enemy team, like, a default C smoke that you use on a defender side to play on the C site in a full buy round. Okay? Holy shit, what the fuck is happening, man? Like, first of all, where did the Raze use the ultimate? Second of all, where the fuck are we going right now?
Reach behind.
I don't, you know, like, basically what you should have done in this round is just default smokes, paranoia for the right side, teleport in this corner as your Yoru is pushing the site, clearing these angles with a paranoia, and now with the Yoru contesting the Raze that we saw at the backside.
Reach behind.
Everywhere. Cutting through. I'll handle this.
Okay, when you're playing with Yoru in a team, whenever you see that Yoru has the ultimate, once again, just call a 5-man push somewhere. If Yoru already wants to use the ultimate. It's one of the best recon tools. It's one of the best pressure-making tools. With Omen, you can also paranoid the enemies together with your Yoru. Yoru is not going to get paranoid. Enemies are going to be flashed. Easy kill for Yoru. You know, if he already wants to go use the ultimate in this round. Just tell him to... Tell the whole team to just push A together. By the way, this buy option that you did right now doesn't exist. By buying a ghost with a light shield, that also doesn't exist in ranked solo queue. At least not in the ranks in which you're playing. Like here, a valid buy option would be maybe buying a sheriff with 2 smokes and 2 shrouded steps. That's okay. Buying a shorty light shield, 2 smokes, 2 shrouded steps, and trying to close the gap with the enemies and fuck them up with a shotgun. Buying a stinger with a light shield and 1 smoke and 2 shrouded steps, with 2 smokes and 2 shrouded steps, okay. In the next round, you're gonna have enough money to buy the light shield, vandal, phantom, and utility. But also, one rule that you should kind of use when it comes to economy management in these lower elo lobbies, if 3 or more of your teammates, like 3 or 4 of your teammates are forcing, you force with them. Like, there's no point in you saving the money if you already have 3 or 4 teammates that are forcing, essentially. Here, Sage forced. I mean, only Sage forced, kinda, like, so that's okay. Also, you know, what you could have bought here is Light Shield with a Sheriff as well. You have money for that as well. But Light Shield and Ghost, like, fuck that shit. Literally fuck that shit in ranked solo killing. Not worth it.
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Okay, good push. I really hope you're gonna check the short, because we died in short area of the map so many times. Generally speaking, like, whenever you push A site, only through the A long area of the map, your main focus should be clearing the short area of the map for your team. And doing, like, this, you know, Tour de France for your teammates. And then coming back to play with your teammates on site again. Yo, man, angle clearing, like, you're so sloppy with this, man. You know, clear the angles in Valorant a bit deeper, because they are very deceptive in Valorant. Like, basically, you know, the best advice I can give you for angle clearing is commit to clearing a specific angle until you see the end of that angle. So, for example, if you're clearing this angle here, just do this, and now move with your Reyna. Clear this, clear this, clear this. Very good. Very good what he did right now, actually. I'm surprised. Once again, even with a ghost right now, I would actually play in front of the bomb site here. Especially with a ghost, to be honest, because, like, we need those 30 meters for 105 damage headshot. So, yeah.
Time to jump. Fake teleport.
Not ready yet.
Too easy. Too easy.
Okay, I mean, his decision making was totally fine here, to be honest. The only thing that was bad, like, is when he saw that he was getting stunned by the breach. You know, you don't peek, just jump the fuck back at the cover. But to be honest, like, your decision making in this post went actually pretty solid, pretty good. Very good. Except this last peek that we did. Not bad actually. And not bad push as well, very good, nice. Listen, I don't know why you're starting alone. Like, when your teammates are going mid, try to play with them mid. You know, and tell someone else to maybe lurk through A main, C main, and stuff like that. Like, your teammates in mid really have a lot of chances to die. The players in this elo have a terrible crosshair placement, terrible awareness. A lot of times you will just lose your allies here because of this peek, because enemies playing some off angle in the window. Then your team is pushing the garage. You know, like, that can also be a hell of a time. Now, what you can do for aim and area of the map, you know, if there's already no plan, and you want to maybe apply the pressure here, just do this type of a smoke. So enemies don't know if you're crossing towards short or towards the long. Or do this type of a smoke early on. It's fine, you know. If there's already no plan and we're just defaulting and, I don't know, your teammates want to fight on mid without zero comms. But to be honest, like, you know, whenever you notice that in the first 4 to 6 rounds, team play is kind of working for you. Like, enemies are weak when it comes to a refrag game. Enemies are mechanically weak, and in terms of utility usage, just stick to that playstyle. No reason to change it. Like, if you already have, like, you know, if you can already win the match based on a pure refrag potential and just doing most basic default executes, you should be more than happy to play in that way for the rest of the game, or as long as that playstyle is working for you. By the way, whenever you're spamming the doors here, like, you always want to spam this upper part right here, and that is usually where the enemy's head for the window is, and that is the most common part that you should basically spam. Like, if you already have no idea where exactly enemies are behind the doors. How is that breach in the window, bro? Like, what the fuck? Okay, this is a very good scenario. So, you play any Valorant map. Doesn't matter. It can be Haven, Split, whatever. You have a lot of time to plan the spike, like more than 30 seconds or 40 seconds. Like, we have no plan, or our team is scattered on the map, or we are in the mid area of the map. We exchange a few numbers with the enemies. So right now, we killed 2 enemies, enemies killed 2 of us. We are 3 versus 3. In this type of a scenario, when your teammates are primarily on mid, or they are scattered on the map, your main callout should be, hey guys, let's regroup towards C long, or let's regroup towards A main, and let's do a default most basic execute on A site or C site. Chances that 3 enemies on a 3-lane map are gonna be C, or 3 enemies A, 0%. 0%. You keep all of your teammates in check. None of your teammates can take some kind of a solo fight. The map is huge. Most of the times what players are gonna do in gold, platinum, like, they're gonna play some kind of a 1-1-1 setup. Very rarely if any of them are gonna play together on a refrag potential. And you simply just, you know, reset the round completely. In this specific example, I would go C because of the Sage ultimate, and Sage is probably around the C site, and we wanna kill her before she revives anyone.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
The more time you spend in the mid area of the map, the more time you give to the enemies to push you through C long, A long, and mid and pinch you. Like, in these type of scenarios, like, you should really have immediate callouts. Okay, we are mid, we are 3 versus 3. The main rule is like, guys, let's go C. Let's go C. Yoru, do the fake teleport, let's go C. We clear the C long, enemies cannot backstab us, and we just look in front of us. Or we just go A. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Last player standing.
Now, in clutch scenarios without the spike, the first thing you should take a look at is how many ultimate points you need for the ultimate. If it is only one, that is your win condition and win potential in this round. So for an example here, we can try to kill one enemy. We should. Why not? Maybe this Sage is gonna re-peek us. But if you don't get any kills here, it is also totally fine to just smoke off the window, walk to the A-long, take the orb, use the ultimate, get ready for the post plant. But before I use the ult here, like I would definitely to pick up the spike, try to get one kill.
Spike down mid.
Cover going out.
Job done. Job done. To be honest, spike is so close to you right now, you don't even need to use the ultimate to pick up the spike. But I think it is much better idea in this elo to give the spike to the enemy team. Like just smoking off this, giving the spike to the enemies, and just going A. Because in this elo, like players tunnel vision, you know, they're like, aha, we have a spike here, let's just hold it. Very rarely enemies are gonna think, oh, Omen has the ultimate, he's gonna pick up the spike and go A or C. Very rarely. Pick it up, plant the spike open, TP tower. Even if you're 1 versus 3, you have very high chances of winning this round.
Go. My ultimate.
Yep. When it comes to your mechanical skill and that type of shit, like, keep in mind that I rewatched these VOD reviews 2 times. One time I watched it on stream, second time off stream. And the second time when I watch it, I'm just gonna pay attention to your mechanical problems and I'll give you some aim training anyways.
Time to jump. Here.
Shadows travel. Shadows travel.
Listen, like, I see the economy.
Don't stop fighting.
I mean, in this round we can force. Like, Sage can buy. Chamber can buy. Chamber has... Like, this is, you know... You should pay attention more on the overall economy management. Like, Chamber has the ultimate. Chamber can just play ultimate in this round with a heavy shield. He can drop one weapon to you. Sage can buy a light shield with a Vandal and Phantom. Reyna can buy, and only Yoru is forcing some kind of a Stinger shotgun or shit like that. Like, this should be a full buy round. Based on, you know, what we have available.
You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Who will I spot first?
And as for the weapons, like don't, you know, in these lobbies, if you just do this, rather, you know, you do this in a Radiant lobby, and nobody pays attention. Like, people are tunnel visioned, they don't care. You need to tell them to give you a drop, and be annoying. I don't know, like ask for it multiple times.
Time to jump. Here.
Actually, really good jump spotting mechanic, like really nice, considering the ping you're playing on.
Shadows travel. Shadows travel.
We talked about this at the start of the VOD review. Like, I really don't want to repeat myself, but these angles you need to clear. And maybe the tip that I didn't tell you at the start of the VOD review is that if you're playing in any elo, it really doesn't matter if you're playing in Radiant, in Immortal, Gold, like if you didn't check some angle yourself, behave towards that angle like it is not cleared. Like, the enemies can be there and will be there. Like, if you're pushing A long in Gold 3, Platinum 1 lobby, like, you are pre-aiming and pre-firing this position. You are pre-aiming this position. As you're moving through the long, you are checking this, you are checking this. That's it. You have 10 drones going through here. 10 recon darts from your Sova. 25 teammates pushing through this. You're still doing the same shit. Number one, to keep it as your habit. Like, so that you're practicing proper angle clearing and crosshair placement and stuff like that. Number two, because in Valorant you really cannot trust anyone, because, as I said, like, a lot of the players are autopiloting. A lot of the players don't give a fuck because they lost, you know, they're very close to becoming a school shooters, essentially, when it comes to their mentality. So you need to like be ready for the fights. Like, if you didn't die there, this could have been an easy round, considering how we started the round. Plus, we got a gun. Still a very costly round for the enemy team. Like, Sage ultimate down, Claw ultimate down. Very good. And Raze ultimate down. Okay, okay. Crosshair placement and angle clearing, without any doubts, can be a bit better. Like, it seems like you're kinda unaware of a possibility where the enemies can be at that moment of time. I'll simply give you some kind of a training for this, you know, so I don't repeat myself 24/7. That is not spammable. That's it. Pushing it here, absolutely fine. Especially together as 5. Especially because we have the Yoru ultimate. You don't need to use your own ultimate to scout for the enemies and to enter the site. You can just use the Yoru, go in. Muy bien. Bro, I was scared for a second. The club is gonna be there again. Fuck, bro. What the fuck? Not display, bro. Not display. Not again. Okay, just a short story here. Basically, you should never teleport in this smoke. Not with your ultimate, not with the shrouded steps. Like, the only time when you should teleport in this smoke is if you're 1,000,000% certain that no one is on the tower. Like, literally 1,000,000%. Basically, that's when you teleport up there. And that's it. But also, you know, if you want to teleport on the tower, like, you put the smoke a bit more towards the left side, and you create, so basically the smoke should look like this on the minimap. And you create a small triangle position here where you can actually teleport in without being seen. So, and you can only teleport on that spot from top of here. There's no other way, essentially. So that is the only time when I would do that shit. You know, with some kind of an aggro play like this. This is just suicide. You know, you never blindly teleport in the smokes where the enemies can be. You got a bomb set for free. We have a free spike plant. We have a paranoia. We have 2 shrouded steps. Ultimate to dodge the breach ultimate as well. Why do you need to go there? We don't need to over-aggress anymore. Plus, we have a flank trip. By the way, please take a look at my chamber rank playbook as well. Like, the trademarks that your chamber was doing are fucking horrible, like, really bad. They can easily be smoked off. Like, this was crazy play, like, so bad. You know what would have been better here? If you actually followed up your Yoru. You know, fight with him. Use a paranoia for him. Be ready to refrag him. If you already have a teammate that is aggressive and playing alone, why do we need to be aggressive on two different areas of the map? When we can just use this idiot here that is pushing enemies alone as a refrag tool. Maybe we get 1 kill, 2 kills. Maybe we can paranoid the enemies. You know? And basically, like, you know, get the... Give our Yoru free kills. But, you know, being aggressive on two fronts in a full buy round, literally no reason. This is more a problem of your reaction time and crosshair placement, and we'll talk about it. But also, it might be a ping as well. I mean, you have like 110 ping, which we already talked about how you should play on this high ping. The point is, like, there was really no reason to be this aggro, like, in this round. Listen, when you're learning Omen for the first time, and you're learning all of these default setups, when you're doing the default setup smokes, always look at the minimap when you're placing the smoke. Like, minimap will always tell you how that smoke is gonna look like once the smoke drops down. If you don't really have a good autopilot feeling for the verticality of the smokes. So for example, you know, if I'm doing the smoke here, I want to make sure that it looks like this on the minimap. If I'm doing the smoke here, I want to make sure that it looks like this on the minimap. How the fuck they only hit that claw for 39? The guy is playing on 110 ping. Like, on 110 ping, your first bullet needs to be a headshot, basically. Like, crosshair placement is mega important. Precision is mega important. Like, spraying on 110 ping is just impossible in that type of a fight. Ooh. Habla español. I don't know what is this economy manager. Like, how do you have Bulldog now? Okay, brother. You have 3,450 credits in this round. Your teammates are forcing. We have Paranoia, 1 smoke, 1 shrouded step. What do we buy? What do we force now? You force Light Shield, you force Vandal or Phantom, and you buy 1 smoke. Like, you always wanna, you know, prioritize Vandal and Phantom instead of a stupid Bulldog and Guardian. The only time when you don't want to buy Phantom and Vandal in this type of a scenario, if you have some kind of a good strategy with Outlaw, Judge, or Stinger, and you think you can get some free kills with those weapons. But prioritizing Bulldog instead of a Vandal and Phantom is just really not optimal. It's just not optimal. Like, you know, it's not bad. It's just not optimal. And you should have a heavy shield here because, I mean, the only reason I would buy a Bulldog here is to have a heavy shield. And as I already said, like, if you notice that enemies like to play this angle often, just at the start of the round, tell your teammates to play passive, TP across, and slowly clear all of the angles one at a time. Enemies will never be ready for that shit. Is easiest skill of your life in this elo. Ooh. Okay, we already saw that. Listen, like, no matter what type of plan you say at the start of the round, no matter what type of plan we had at the start of the round, you're always adapting based on what your teammates are doing in the middle of the round. So here, if your teammates are aborting the C mission, even though my Yoru is already in the enemy's anal cavity, we unfortunately need to abort this C mission. Like right now, committing to this execute is just stupid. We did a really good fake. You know, I think with 2 smokes and Yoru on site, you're probably gonna pull a huge rotation from the enemies. Also, we know that there's one thing that's gonna happen right now. What is that thing, chat? The breach is gonna push the A long. There was always someone pushing through A long when we were hitting mid and C long. So, no reason to commit to this shit. Maybe it's not gonna be breach, but someone else. Even though Yoru got a kill here, we should still go A and leave the Yoru alone. It's fine. Like, this Yoru is gonna pull at least 3 enemies from B, garage, and A towards the C side. It's totally fine to sacrifice one teammate like this, that is fully separated from the rest of the team, if that teammate already got a kill, plus pulled the enemy's rotation. Here you should tell your Reyna, Chamber, and Sage, guys, let's fucking run. And Sage, please heal me. I don't know why Sage is not healing you.
Reloading.
You need to pay... You know what you need to ask yourself? A lot more. Like, if I do the X play, what is the Y response from the enemies? Like, where do they push from? Where do they push through? Do they lurk? Do they flank? How fast they rotate? What utility do they use? Like, the most common mistake in these lobbies is that players rotate super fast. If they see on the first contact, they will make some kind of a move every fucking round. And in these type of rounds, that is the easiest shit that you can abuse to win them. Especially when your teammates make an opening and that teammate is alone on the bomb site, while the rest of the team is scattered. Just immediately tell your teammates to move to the opposite part of the map. I mean, there's nothing better you could have done here, like, that Clove kill was already magical. Like, you would have died anyways from the Reyna. Committing to this push was just a suicide, like, I mean, there was no reason to do it.
No. I'm lurking.
We have Bulldog again, what? How?
The dimension of no.
This, you know, this round should be like a hull by round for you. So, okay, I mean, if you buy a light shield Bulldog, you know, don't buy the shorty if you... I don't know, it's okay, whatever. I mean, he still has money. He still has money to buy a Vandal Phantom with a light shield next round, but... yeah, I guess it's okay, whatever. I don't know why you love Bulldog so much.
I'm lurking. I'm lurking. Enemy spotted. A. Cutting through.
Stealing sight.
Actually, not bad paranoia, considering what our Yoru was doing and where was the enemy Clove. Really good reaction.
Cover going out.
Go rotate.
Brother, was this the first comm we heard in 10 rounds? 11. Crazy stuff. Just one tip. Whenever you're rotating from location 1 to location 2, always clear every single angle that you're approaching. Like, the enemies can be there and will be there. Be ready to fight them. Like, if you're rotating from A long to C long, clear the window with a bulldog, clear this with a bulldog, clear this with a bulldog. You can pull the knife out in these locations. Then, we need to clear this, clear this, clear this. Like, you cannot have the knife out when you have no idea where the fuck are the enemies.
Spike down.
Won't happen again. I got the spike. Yeah.
Pick up the better gun from the dead breach.
Yeah.
Shadows.
Planted. Reloading.
I don't know why you're not picking a better gun. Maybe Yoru picked it up, but I don't know, like, did he pick it up?
Happen again.
Yeah, he picked it up, sorry.
The spike. Yeah. Yeah.
Shadows.
Planted. Reloading.
And listen, like, especially when you're in the numbers disadvantage, you really want to play these post plants with your most aggressive teammates. Like, if you already have a chamber that is in window and garage fighting the enemies, you need to be there as well. Like, you need to be ready to refrag this chamber at any moment of time. Like, right now, I would leave probably Yoru to Jesus Christ, you know? And basically just, we can play here, holding the window, the doors, chamber taking this fight, and we basically fight some kind of a refrag game we can play in that area.
Forest.
So, I mean, this game decision is also fine. It's okay. Just the smoke is gonna be disappearing really soon. Yeah, that timing was insane. Okay, good job, good job. Solid, you know. Just, it would have been a bit more consistent and better idea in these scenarios to play with that window guy, like with the chamber in this scenario. And always when you're playing the C-set post plants, try not to get stuck in this position. Like, this is usually the worst post plant spot that you can play. Like, especially if the enemies are going through garage, or I don't know, like enemies are splitting you through CT, garage, you really want to get on this spot. From this spot to deal with the enemies in garage, then we can pick the enemies in CT. If enemies from the CT peek first, we can create some kind of a crossfire with our teammates. It's just much better. Here, like, you just pray to God that you aim trained enough to kill these two enemies.
Last player
We didn't.
standing.
Using ADS with the bullet here, is it okay? It's okay. It's not a terrible game decision, considering you only have 89 health points. Is it optimal? I don't know. It's okay, basically. Like, it doesn't matter that much. Especially because Chamber got a kill, and we knew we were fighting a 1v1 after that.
Last player standing. Reap their hearts out.
Nice try.
Your teammates are fighting in mid, fight mid with them, and then decide what to do next.
Cover going out.
Where enemies rotated? What's going on?
Trace is low. I hear him.
Look at the minimap when placing the smokes. That smoke is terrible as a default smoke for A-Link. Why is it terrible? Like, is giving the enemies 3 different positions through which they can pick you. TLDR. Like, this whole round, you should have just played on mid. Like, at this moment of time, you should have been mid with your Reyna. At this moment of time, you should have been in the garage with your Reyna. At this moment of time, you should have been in the window with your Reyna. Basically, these teammates are 90% of times going to be the first contact between your team and the enemy team. If already there is not a single call out, you have no idea what your teammates are going to do or what they want to do. Your best gamble is to play with your most aggressive teammate on mid. Especially if you have the ultimate to pick up the spike, no matter what your teammates do with the spike. And no matter where your teammates rotate afterwards. Whenever the Sage places her wall, expect the Sage on top of the wall and peek from top of the wall. And always destroy at least one block from the wall before you rotate anywhere. Open up that part of the map, apply the pressure, and then do whatever you want to do next. As long as the enemies have the wall, they don't need to worry about the B-set push.
Spike down mid.
I have the spike.
Crazy. Crazy wall there.
30 seconds left. Reloading.
We have to rush. Hey.
I mean, you could have also used the ultimate here at this point. Like, it doesn't make any difference.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Listen, I'm just gonna give you one advice. Whenever you need to go out first onto the bomb site, you don't have any aggressive setup, you have no fucking idea where are the enemies at that moment of time. If you have especially if you have two shrouded steps, always use one of your shrouded steps as a recon tool. Use the fake shrouded steps to reveal the enemies through that smoke to see if they're playing backside here or here. Also, enemies have no idea where the fuck you teleported. Basically, from this smoke, you can also teleport tower, essentially, when you jump forward. So that is 101 basically rule that you should use with Omen. If you're already making the noise, you're going in first, you have no info, which off angle, common angle, which position enemies or which setup enemies are using on the site. With a second teleport, maybe we can outplay the enemies, maybe not. But at least we can peek out through this smoke with a proper crosshair placement and ready for enemies on any position. We have some info.
10 seconds left.
Okay, generally speaking, in these lobbies, playing on the attacker side is hell of a time. As long as you can win like 4 to 6 rounds on attack, you should be able to close out the match and win it on the defender's side. But if you applied some of these tips that we talked about on the attacker side, I feel that you could have won many more rounds than just 4. Let's be honest. Okay, let's see what you're doing on defense, because defense is usually much harder on high ping than attack. Like, I didn't see that many problems in terms of the fights that you were taking when it comes to, you know, your ping being high. Except that one fight in a smoke where, you know, in that fight you really need to hit a headshot like with a... And you need to have much better crosshair placement. But overall, like, I didn't see any moment of time where, like, ping actually fucked you up. Which is crazy. I mean, like, if I played on 110 ping, bro, my model is teleporting across the map. Okay. Okay, now we are on a defender side of Haven. overall, our friend Da Vinci, one of the main things that he needs to work on the attack is better utility usage, more meaningful utility usage. Like what we saw on the attacker side is that he is missing the timings to play with his teammates, when he should go for the aggressive plays, how he should do them, and also like overall macro play and positioning could have been a bit better. Now, on the defender side of Haven, your default site number 1 priority is A site, number 2 priority is C site, number 3 priority B site. So what does that mean to you? That means that basically in the first round you should always play A. Like first round we always start on A site and gamble on A site, and with Omen, even in big 2025, I would recommend you to go for the classic shorty strategy. Just classic 2 smokes, paranoia, shrouded steps, or light shield and 1 shrouded step. You simply jiggle these weapons in the short area of the map, like I showed you right now, and wait for the enemies. In the ranked playbook, I completely explained, like, how you should play this strategy, what you should do if you get recon, what type of smokes you should give yourself with a Kabi position to outplay the enemies, get free kills, make the numbers advantage. Like, just keep in mind that on a defender side, when you're playing the first round, your main goal is not really to stop the enemy's push. Your main goal is to get a kill, 2 kills, make a numbers advantage, and simply play the trading game and retakes with your teammates. Now, let's see what our friend is gonna do in this first round, because he is starting on A site, and he is playing a classic shorty, but in a bit of a different way. Okay. He's gonna start spotting the enemies. Okay, this can work. Solid jiggle pick in there. Nice information. Now what are we gonna do with that info? Ooh, Kabi position smoke. Ah! Everything was perfect until this moment of time. Like basically, when you want to fuck up the enemies with the shotguns and close range weapons, like you should always create a Kabi position smoke. Basically a smoke that gives you one angle where you can hide yourself from the enemy's random spam, or one angle through which you can simply outmaneuver enemy's utility. Like basically somewhere where you can, just hide, dodge the spam, dodge the utility through the smoke, and then re-aggress the enemies. So if you're playing with a classic and shorty here, you need to do a smoke that looks like this. Basically, you're taking this cover as a cover from the enemy's random spam, and this is where we dodge the enemy's utility. And when enemies are moving through the smoke, we take a kill, switch to the classic pistol, and then we disengage. I mean, you have multiple options. If you feel very ballsy and you think that enemies are maybe unaware, in that specific match or that specific elo, or maybe there's a lot of sound and noise happening, you can maybe go for an aggressive play like this and try to additionally outplay the enemies. But if you already get a kill and you're defending the bomb site alone, it is totally fine to disengage, get out from the site, and just play a 5v4 retake together with your teammates. Now, the problem with this smoke is, like, I mean, when you get in this smoke, first of all, you can just get easily spammed inside of it. Second of all, dodging recon utility is a lot harder. And third of all, like, I mean, when you drop a smoke like this, it's easier to retrieve the classic pistol, because it should be literally in the smoke. It's easier to continue the gunfights, and it's easier to have multiple different options with a paranoia. Like, you just give yourself more time, essentially. And also, like, keep in mind when you're playing instead of these smokes, like, you should always play positions which are most likely not gonna be spammed at that moment of time. So positioning like this, I mean, it's okay. Like, you know, very rarely I see anyone is gonna spam, you know, this smoke on the left side. Because most of the players are gonna pre-assume and spam like this position, maybe the tower. You get a point. Ooh. Listen, when you're playing shotguns in Valorant, you behave towards the shotguns in these close-range fights like you're using a sheriff, a guardian. Like, you need to always take your time before you shoot. Like, basically, it's very easy with the shotguns to miss the opponents, especially on a high ping, because my dude is playing on 115 ping, and you really need to take your time. Like, make sure that that circle is on the enemy's body, make sure that you're ready to shoot. Like, it is better for you to die because you tried to be precise, rather than dying because, you know, you simply missed 2 shots, and now you're staring at the enemy Reyna that is just gonna kill you. You know, like, it's just stupid, basically. I have one private coaching video that I'm gonna share with you that explains in depth how to master every shotgun in the game. You know, like in which distance you wanna fight, what are all of the, you know, tips, rules, tricks that you should know with the shotguns, and how to be the most efficient with them. I mean, how to use them in the most efficient way possible. Also, like, you know, when you create these scabby position smokes, when you do this type of misses, you still have, you know, basically, you know, like, if you're playing this strategy, like, and you have this type of a smoke, even if you miss the enemies here, you still have this cover to maybe disengage. But when you go this deep into the enemy's anal cavity, I mean, if you don't hit that shot, you're not gonna live a happy life. Overall, you started the round good. The strat was, you know, good idea, but really, really bad execution in terms of what type of smoke you gave yourself, how you played around it, and when it comes to, you know, aim discipline, 0 points. Now, second rule, I mean, another rule that we follow on Haven, on a defender side, is that second round, you always play instead of garage. And you're defending the window and garage, and you're playing fast rotations between C, B, and A. Now, I mean, we don't really have a super fast rotation on A, but you get a point. So basically, the reason why you should always play the second round in the garage is because on Haven, whenever enemies are playing with low buy weapons, like they're playing some kind of an eco round, hull by round, force by round, like they don't have the Vandals, Phantoms, Operators, and stuff like that, chances are more than 80% in ranked solo queue that the first contact between yours and enemy team is gonna happen somewhere here. And that enemies might do some kind of a push to the garage, push on B side, or push on C side. Like, if you lose the first round of Haven, in the second round, just play classic shorty around the smoke, once again, right here. Like, just drop the classic, get a shorty, put a classic there. If you hear the enemy's footsteps, just do this type of a smoke, and play around it. We can wait for the enemies here, dodge the enemy's utility through the smoke, and take an easy kill. Also, if Sova, Sky, Teho are joining you, you can actually wrap the smoke, go inside of it, and immediately trade yourself for a kill. Maybe, while you're doing this, you're also gonna survive, picking up the gun from that dead enemy, and then we can continue fighting the enemies. If you win the first round, I mean, you have multiple options. You can literally go for Outlaw, Light Shield, Regen Shield, Heavy Shield, just lock in the garage, and play an off angle such as this one. You can go for the Bulldog and Heavy Shield if you have money for that and the most important utility. You can go for the Stinger, Heavy Shield, and utility, and play this angle, or you can go for the judge, heavy shield and utility, and once again, just primarily focus yourself on defending the garage and playing a fast support onto the C site and B site. Now let's see what's going to happen in this second round. Now, if you do decide in this round to play on A site, and once again, you want to play a classic short A strategy, and you didn't show to the enemies that in the first round you played here with a short T, just repeat the same strat. Like, there's no reason to just walk here with a short T. Like, take the classic pistol, do this, make sure the classic is there, and wait for the enemies. Now, this is one of the rare angles in Valorant where you don't want to hold it diagonally, and you don't want to jiggle peek left and right, because you're in a huge angle perception disadvantage, and when enemies are clearing that angle from this spot, they might see the tip of your shoulder, the tip of your gun. You don't want to do that. And if you decide to play inside of this angle, which is not the most optimal, but it can work, you should always place your crosshair inside of the wall, like this, and on the right side of your screen, where I'm showcasing now with my mouse, that is where you're searching for the enemy's colors and enemies that are passing through the short area. You see the enemies on the right side, that's what you do. You can never hold this angle in this way, because if enemies clear this position, no matter which gun you have, your gun and your shoulder will always be visible to the enemies if you're holding this angle in this specific way.
Cover going out.
This is the reason why, why usually in this second round, not usually, always, it's always the best gamble in the second round of Haven to play in the garage. Like 80% of times, that's gonna be the first contact between your and enemy team in the second round of Haven on defense. Like, basically, I just need to remind you one more time, because you're a tier 3 sub on Discord, you are gonna I'm so sorry, I'm too sleepy. You have the access to the rank playbook, and you'll be learning from that playbook, obviously. Basically, the whole point of all of these rules, strategies, tips, whatever you're using within your gameplay, is we're doing smart gambling. Like, we're not doing gambling based on nothing. We're doing gambling based on statistics and information from ranked solo queue. So if some kind of a play has 60, 70, 80% of chances to succeed, it is always better rather than doing a 50-50 gamble. And another advice I need to give you is, if you know that some kind of a play is good, like, even if it fails sometimes, it's fine. Like, there's not a single play in Valorant that is gonna work 100% of times. Not a single one. Like, the only way to have, 100% success is to have aimbot, or to be fucking, I don't know, just mechanical machine. You're just swinging everything, one tap, you're playing 1 versus 5, and you're smurfing in a gold. So, essentially, you should have been in garage right now, supporting your Reyna, getting these free kills on the enemy Reyna and Breach, and we're, if enemies decide to go A, okay, we can just play retake, 5 versus 3 or whatever, with some guns. Yo, Kelos, thank you for the GG, bro. He has over 100 ping, yep, yeah. Playing shotguns on 100 ping is fine. As long as you're playing some kind of a one-tap weapon on this ping, it's fine. And you have a distance to one-tap the enemies. That is maybe something that I misconstructed, and I didn't explain that well. When I was talking about, playing on high ping, you just want to make sure that you're always in a range to one-tap the enemies. Like, I mean, you can play Phantom as well. It's not a problem. But a good crosshair placement, aggressive playstyle as well, peeking the enemies before they peek you, like, as long as you have the range to one-tap the enemies, it's fine. It's okay. Like, you can win that fight. But the problem on this ping is, the longer the fight takes, the higher the chances you're gonna lose that fight because of desync and, you know, like, off your ping. Also, like, listen. Okay, Haven is a slow rotation map. Basically, on Haven, we want to make our rotations based on some kind of information. Like, how many enemies we see, what are the enemies doing on a macro and micro level, like, do enemies have someone that likes to flank and lurk, do enemies like to fake as well, but on every single map in ranked solo queue, in the first 4 rounds, you should always be doing fast rotations. Like, on the first contact between your team and enemy team, you should be making some kind of a move. Because you're playing with 4 random players against 5 random players, only God knows how the enemies are gonna play. So gambling on team play and refrag potential is always better than gambling on no information at all. Then from the 5th round, you know, like, you just take the info that you gathered in the first few rounds, and then you, like, construct your strategies and rotations based on what happened in the first 4 rounds.
Last player standing.
Good kill, what can I say? Okay, listen. Now, you know, generally speaking, your job in these eco rounds, like your main job, is just to damage the enemy's economy and to preserve your own economy. So here, obviously, winning this 1 versus 5 is impossible. And the best thing that you can do right now for your team and for yourself is get as many kills as possible, exit kills, so that enemies have shit economy moving forward. Like, they will have to force a bit in the next round, then if you win the next round, in the 4th round, enemies are eco, and they cannot snowball the match. So I see a lot of the players, like, you know, they will end up like 1v5 with a classic pistol and try to win it against the full buy enemies. Like, okay, there is like 0.001% of chance. Like, every round is winnable to some degree. But even 10s in gold lobby cannot win this round theoretically. Like, it's almost impossible. So, okay, we got a great first kill. Now you should just play a mouse and cat game, you know, Tom and Jerry basically. Try to outmaneuver the enemies around your smokes with your shrouded steps and try to get like 1 or 2 more kills, like, for your team, you know. Right now, I will not even focus on timer or defusing the spike or pacing, because it's pointless. I basically, like, you know, there's no reason to play that aggressive. I want to ask you some questions, man. Ask me, like, I'll answer while I'm doing the VOD review. Yo, Mala, wolf swim. Whatever he says, take it as a gospel. Who? How to get out of low elo? My teammates are holding me back like crazy. It's really, like, if you're low elo, it's really not your teammates, man. Like, you just need to adapt your playstyle to your allies. And I mean, the best advice I can give you is just go on my second YouTube channel. On my second YouTube channel, you can find like 140 in-depth VOD reviews. Like, basically, that's like, I don't know, 500, 600 hours of coaching. So, if you watch like 10% of these videos, especially for your elo, like, I don't know, silver, bronze, gold, I don't know what is low elo for you, you will get out, literally. Here, for example, like, you know, you played way too passively. instead of trying to go for these exit kills. Like, for example, you know, okay, we're not going for, we're not trying to win this round, it's almost impossible, but, you know, you should have teleported there. You heard that one enemy is in the garage. You can keep the enemies guessing, make them think that you're maybe going through this area of the map, and let's try to kill that breach that was in the garage. You know, let's just camp this corner and try to triple shot that idiot. Take one gun. Maybe save the gun for the next round as well. Then we can maybe try to, you know, kill the rest of the enemy team that is in C long. Here, like, I mean, in low elo, enemies are hungry for the kills. You know, players are usually hungry for the kills. There is a chance they're gonna hunt you right now, but it's stupid to gamble on those. It's 50-50. Like, I have no idea what are these enemies going to do. So basically, like, it's better if you become a bit more proactive, search for these kills, and try to damage the enemy's economy yourself, while in the same time keeping your location a secret with a smoke. And also, you should not have dropped from here. Like, if you committed to this spot, like, you should have just stayed on this position. Omen, you should have just stayed in this position, to be honest. Wait, you know, anyways, you're gonna die from the spike on this spot. It's okay, it doesn't matter. But just stay here, wait to see if anyone is gonna push you, and that's it, like. Now, in the third round of Haven, you position based on what happened in the first two rounds and based on the enemy economy. So, whenever enemies are eco half buy bonus on the attacker side, like they have some kind of a low buy, you always want to start somewhere around this area of the map. Like either on the B site or in the garage, and play fast rotations between A, B, and C. Now, another tip is that generally on Haven, if you're autopiloting, if you have no idea where the enemies are gonna go, none of your teammates are playing aggressive, so, you know, you have no one to support in C long, mid, or Omen, just start somewhere around the B site or in the garage and simply play fast rotations. Like, do the full-on gamble. Now, if enemies become way too predictable with their pattern of pushing, like basically they're going A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or like, you know, they're only abusing one bomb site or one playstyle, then, you know, you should be starting on C site to counter the enemy's push, starting on A site to counter the enemy's push, and etc. But in this third round, we have no info, no idea what enemies are gonna do. In first round, they went A, second round C. They can easily go B in this round, they can go A again, so the best idea is let's start passively on B site and protect the garage, C site, A site, and B site in the same time, to some degree. They believe that loser queue exists, but not really a loser's queue, just that, you know, Valorant matchmaking is fucking horrible, like, sometimes. I don't know. Like, once you start winning a lot, I think Valorant really expects you to hyper carry your games. Like, you need to perform like 20% better than you usually do to prove yourself, you know. Valorant is like a toxic coach, you know? Like, oh, you won 10 games. If you want to keep winning, you need to play better. How does the matchmaking sucks? Very disbalanced. Like, mega if you're playing ranked solo queue, it is mega disbalanced, like, a lot of the times. Like, a lot of the times you can tell who's gonna win a game just based on the stats, which is absolutely diabolical, like, for a competitive game. But they do have a problem, like, you know, there's not a lot of ranks. Now we have the rank shield. Then there should be one more rank in between Immortal and Radiant. duo Q should not be possible. Duo Q should not be possible from Immortal, for an example. There should be a flex Q as well. So there's a lot of, you know, a lot of things that they can improve. Listen, I mean, if you're already starting... Okay, so, one thing that you're doing good on the A side, and I love, and you should keep doing this, is that no matter what type of setup you want to do on A, no matter which gun you're playing, no matter which agent you're playing as well, like, we should always have someone starting in this position and getting the early information for our team. That is really good. Now, so it's really good that you're doing this. But if you're already starting on this spot, you know, try to, like, keep in mind that in Valorant, the more things you try, the more success you're gonna find. Like, you will never get lucky. You know, when you say the enemies got lucky because of the spray through the smoke and stuff like that. Like, yes, there is a certain element of luck, but they tried doing that. You know, if you're already starting here, jiggle picking this angle, and you want to jiggle out, go for, you know, a few dead zone bullets as you're going out of this angle. If you're holding a tight, hold a tight angle, like this. Try to maybe kill the enemy. And then play some secondary position or strategy that you wanted to play from the start. Like, the reason, you know, like, when you're playing these safe positions, you know, where you're not committing yourself to the fights, you should still try to maybe get a kill. Or apply any damage to the enemy team that might be useful later to kill those enemies. Like, literally, in a round, any damage that you apply to enemy team might decide the outcome of a round. They might decide, like, whether or not your teammates are gonna die, whether or not enemies are gonna die. Maybe we're gonna kill the enemies with some nanoswarm, nade, or whatever. One tip of a phantom, for an example. I mean, okay. Like, this setup that you did here is fine. Just, you know, if you already want to play on this position here, like, if you already want to play this spot, and you're doing the short smoke, do the one-way smoke, always. Like, do this smoke, and then, you know, do this smoke. And around these smokes, try to fuck up the enemies. Like, especially when you're playing on this spot, it is much better having a deep smoke for long than having a regular smoke. Because you might catch enemies on timing there, here, as they're wrapping the smoke. Also, enemies need to start their execute already here. So already on this spot, enemies need to use the smoke dash. They need to start using the flashes. They need to start using the utility. Maybe that Reyna from the backside is going to spray the enemies with a flash as they're going through the choke point. Like, this smoke here, you only do when you're retaking the A site. And when it comes to the short smoke, I mean, it's always better, you know, if you, instead of doing this smoke, it's always better doing a one-way. Like this. Literally always. Especially if your teammates are playing fully passively and they're just playing from the back of the bomb site. Now, another reason why you want to condition the enemies with this one-way, because one of the best strategies that we have with Omen on Haven is, you know, in one of the rounds, like some eco round, hull by round, you can play this spot with a Stinger, with a Judge, with a Bucky, and as the enemies are pushing the site, you just do this smoke, wait for the enemies to be close in the short, jump on them, and just, you know, you trade yourself for maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4 kills, and apply the pressure onto the enemy team. Okay, enemies are going back to A. I don't know about ADSing in this position. You know, basically, like, if the smoke is disappearing, and enemies can be in a close range fight, medium range fight, long range fight, like, you really don't want to ADS. Like, it's better to fight this enemy without scoping in. And you committing to this position, I mean, it's fine. Like, really, it's fine. You have Reyna at the backside. We need to play with that Reyna anyways, like, and if we get a kill here in short, we can just reposition with a teleport at the backside and play a proper refrag game with your Reyna. Most of the times, you know, when you play this spot and you stop the enemy's push in short, you just want to do this. And then from this angle, you know, play a crossfire with your Reyna, or, you know, just reconnect with the Reyna and we can swing together and fight the enemies together, depending which utility you have. Listen, when you're playing positions such as this one, like, I mean, especially when you're playing Omen. Like, with Omen, if enemies are giving you the time to reposition, to reset yourself, do it. Like, always try to keep your location a secret. Try to be unpredictable. And you should never stay on the same spot trying to fight multiple enemies that are coming at you. Like here, as a bare minimum, what you should have done when you stopped the enemy's push here in the short is dropping down with a bullet to mask your footsteps and then taking this fight with the Reyna. Like, in this elo, I highly doubt that enemies will understand, you know, what this bullet means. And you can just, you know, peek the Reyna before she fights you. Anyways, you're playing on a high ping and you should be abusing peeker's advantage. She will probably be going for this type of a peek. And you want to catch her as she's clearing this angle. Like, staying on the same spot where you just killed the Clove, especially with a high ping. A bit of a suicide. You know, you wanna be moving.
Spike down A.
So solid refrag there, like, nothing really to talk about. Very nice, very nice. Very good. You know, like sometimes you have really good ideas. You know, like, you're trying to do some of these strategies, some of these tactics, like, but then, you know, in every single strategy tactic that you do, you're missing a few steps to make it better, to make it good, to make it work, essentially. But overall, like, you have a really good mindset. You know, you're thinking in a really good direction in a lot of the rounds that we watched on the attack. And I really think that, you know, if you do the training that I'm going to share with you after this VOD review, if you apply all of the tips that we talked about, if you apply everything from the ranked playbook exactly how I explained in the playbook, like, you can easily get Ascendant 1. Because for some reason, even though he's playing on a high ping, it looks like he's playing on a normal ping. And I don't know how is this even possible, like when I play on 110 ping, it's hell of a time. Now, let's talk about this fourth round. So, this is the first full buy round from the enemy team. I mean, at least it should be. Just a second. Actually, Jesus Christ, man! Like the guy. I need to play the speed, the reaction time test. This is why we need a replay system. But yeah, I mean, like, enemies are probably gonna force it in this round, like in Gold 3. There is no way they play a eco here. Now, when it comes to like, Ascendant 1, if follow playbook is crazy, don't you need better mechanics too? I'm going to share with him some private training, like, he will be doing aim training as well, like. Now, when it comes to like this round, so you just recap every round. You know, you ask yourself. So in the first round, enemies went A, they've won. You know. But they peek the window as well. Okay. That's one info. In the second round, enemies had one guy in A, but they actually went C through the garage. In the third round, once again, they did something on mid and found a kill, but then decided to go onto the A side. So based on just these first 3 rounds, the safest bet right now is once again to start the round by defending the B set or the garage, or playing with your teammates on mid. You know, like, there's a huge chance right now that your Sage and Chamber are going to be be the first contact with the enemy team. Okay, they're already playing some double tower setup. Maybe they don't need you, but you know, the match is not going that good. Your Chamber has 11 kills, Sage is 8-11. We're losing 5-10. It is still, you know, even if you start on B side, okay, you can play fast rotations. A, B, C, garage. It doesn't matter. But now doing a triple peek or a triple hold on B side. Totally fine, based on all of the info that we gathered in the previous 3 rounds. Now in this one, I don't know why you're playing so close to this position. I don't know what's the point of this. You know? Like, for an example, I mean, you have a Phantom and Shorty, like, let's see what you want to do. I don't know what is the idea here. Like, basically, you know, if I want to start on C as Omen, you know, you always want to start first, like, you know, by holding some kind of an angle like this, 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 and then we take one fight. We take a second fight. Small fights. We're not committing. Then you TP up on top. Fuck up the enemies again. And then, I mean, if you want to fuck up the enemies through the smoke, with a Shorty or Phantom or whatever, you can just TP after the smoke and get on this position. You know, keep your location a secret and abuse as many different angles and off angles to potentially kill the enemies. I don't know why would this be a starting position for you when you have a Phantom in this round. It doesn't make sense. Also, I mean, like, someone needs to defend the garage. We have nothing for the garage. Like, you know, as I said, like, this round, I would have started with a triple hold in the mid area of the map. But if I don't see enemies on mid for like 5 seconds, like no one peek the window, I'm instantly rotating into the window of garage and just holding default position. If I see the enemies pushing, we can just smoke, we can use paranoia, fuck up the enemies completely, take the full garage control, reconnect with the Yoru, etc, etc. Also, like, for God's sake, like, we have a Sage and Chamber in our team. I mean, like, if both of them are starting on B set, like, tell the Chamber to use this trip every round, you know, for the B side, or a trip anywhere. Essentially, it really doesn't matter as long as it is holding the garage doors. Like in this elo, it doesn't matter. But I don't know, how do we have that open? And here, you know, like, your Yoru stopped looking long. Now we need to take the long angle, or else we are fucked. That window smoke, I don't know what is the idea behind that one. Like, what? I mean, your team has walled the window of the B. No one is speaking mid. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, right now, to be honest, like, I don't know if I would use any smoke setup. Like, the only smoke I would do right now is just a smoke for the garage to protect my teammates if they decide to play aggressive from window. I'll be ready to paranoid the enemies and ready to fight with my allies. Like we saw, you know, right now that no one is C-long, but we need to be aware that there might be an enemy lurking through there, you know. If you didn't see the enemies now, that doesn't mean that there is not an enemy there later. But let's, you know, now we can easily fuck up the enemies in the garage with a chamber, with the Reyna, with the Yoru, and just take maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 kills before we focus on anything else. And also this, like, I mean, I absolutely respect when the players are actually applying shorty as a primary, secondary weapon. Like, utmost respect. Like, literally, you want to have that weapon versatility, but you don't want to use shorty as a main weapon if you already have a better weapon and a better way to fuck up all of these idiots pushing through garage. Like, you use the shorty only, you don't have any more bullets in a phantom. Okay, enemies are close, let's pull out the shorty, let's try to dive into the enemies. I'm low HP, okay, let's try to play around the smokes to trade myself for a few kills instead of relying on a phantom and shit like that. Like, you don't want to use shorty as a primary weapon if you already have a phantom, bro, like, and paranoia and shrouded steps, like, you know, here, what you could have easily done was just, okay, smoke over this, we don't want to fight for your garage, jiggle peek this angle, enemies are moving out, paranoid the enemies when they're out, kill this guy, let's reposition towards our teammates, let's play with them in CT or whatever. But, well, you know, we can reposition to the plateau as well, like, if enemies are pushing through garage, and then play some kind of a crossfire with our teammates that are in the CT. But, you know, relying on these 2 bullets, like, to kill, like, if this was an eco round, okay, amazing. But even in the eco rounds, like, you wanna play it in a different way. Like, you know, if I wanna use a shorty here, or a shotgun, I'm never gonna use a smoke like this. Like, you wanna use it like this, or like this. Like, you wanna wait for the enemies inside of the smoke. You don't wanna wait for them popping out of the smoke with a flash, with some jump, with the recon utility, whatever. Like, if I wanna use shorty here, this is the smoke I will do. And now I'm jiggling in and out of the choke point. And as soon as I see the tip of the gun from the enemies, I take a kill, go back, reset myself. I'm not gonna do this smoke and then play like this. Ever. It's just stupid. Too much of a risk. Okay. Let me see the enemy's economy. Like, it would be great if we had a replay system.
Take aim, Zenfire, let's not
Need this.
Is he gonna press the tab? Maybe not. I think he actually knows. He learns on the spot, but... Well, I have absolutely no fucking idea what economy enemies have. Okay, so in that case, let's just talk about the enemy's pattern of pushing. So, enemies are subjected to the rule of fear. So whenever we fucked up the enemy's push, the enemies execute, we push them back and we kill them, they change their plan. And they just go on in the opposite direction. Enemies are going A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They're following the AB rule completely. And if enemies are already that readable during a match, and you already have the Omen ultimate, it is totally fine if you do some kind of a big gamble. Especially if the match is going to absolute shit. You're losing a lot, like 6-10. Like that, you know, that's a lot of rounds lost on the attacker side of Haven. A huge deficit. So right now, we should be playing on A site. and gambling on A side. Because chances are, based on all of these rules, based on the common sense of an average ranked player in the enemy team in gold, the first contact between your team and the enemy team is either gonna be, once again, this chamber in mid, taking this fight in a window, or your teammates guarding the A site. And the good thing about Omen, and why he is so good in ranked solo queue, is you have all of the freedom to make these big gambles, and to even leave the bomb sites open to some degree. Because of the ultimate. You know, if you already have a good read, stack the A site, go play it with 3 players. Start on B side, protect your chamber, play double tower setup. Tell the Sage maybe to wall off the garage or wall off the C-long, and you know she can just guard one area of the map with a Kobe slow orbs. But here you're starting on C. That's a huge gamble. Now, you can also think in a different direction. But charlatan. Now I have like ultimate, and I can do the same shit. Like, you know, I can start on C and rotate with the ult on B and A. The problem is, your chamber is gonna take a fight in the next 2 seconds. He is gonna die. Yoru might peek aggressively from short. He is gonna die. Like, you want to start where you think the contact is gonna happen. Like, you cannot rely on your ultimate to rotate fast enough to support your teammates on this part of the map. Now, your starting position on C is like, I just don't understand it. Like, I absolutely don't understand it at all. Like, okay, like, your first fight should never be some kind of a 50-50, or you commit to the, you know, I don't know, you basically peek like this, you take a fight and pray to God to win it. Like, then you die. I mean, even if you take a kill during this fight and then you die, you put your teammates in a huge disadvantage. Especially when enemies have, you know, Sage revive, raise ultimate, like, the round is over. The round is practically over for our team. Like, but try to abuse some of these, like, tight angles, off angles, safe positions to maybe get a kill. Maybe deal some damage to the enemy team. Maybe try to do something for your team. You know, like, this is a pretty safe position to get a small contact, burst fire, or go for a one-tap, and then reset. Then we can go up here, ride the ledge, go for this type of a peek. Once again, just a quick jiggle peek with a burst fire, and then we drop down with a knife out. Then TP up here, like, another off angle, ride the ledge, like this, go for a peek, drop down with a knife after a few bullets. And then, like, you know, let's try to stop the enemy's push with the default smoke setup. I don't know if you're forcing yourself to do this place with a shorty because of a VOD review, or because you play like this. I mean, I'm all up for the shorty. Like, obviously, like, that should be your top 7 weapon. Top 5, maybe, in the inventory when you're playing Omen. But, like, you don't want to use it this many times. Even here, playing with a Phantom is better than playing with a shorty. Okay, we dodged the ultimate from the enemy raise. Muy bien. But now, like, you know, pull out the Phantom, like, we will be fighting a lot of the enemies. We're playing a full buy round. I don't see a reason for you to play a shorty here. And your precision with the shotguns is 0. Like, I don't know, like, you kinda shoot and you don't give a fuck. Like, where is your crosshair at that moment of time? Like, I mean, this problem is very easy to fix, and I'm gonna share with you a video that's gonna fix this problem for you and general discipline in your mechanical skill. But I don't, you know, this is a comedy show. Also, you know, like, in these elos, like, in elos below Ascendant 1, a lot of their cheesy strategies and cheesy setups can work to fuck up the enemies. Like, especially when the enemies have the big ultimates. I mean, literally, in the ranks below Ascendant 1, you don't even need to have any good mechanics. Especially when you're playing Omen. Like, there's so many different setups, guns, strategies that you can abuse to win these rounds. It's a comedy show. Like, basically here, you know, Raze has the ultimate. Okay. Teleport into this corner, do this smoke, do this smoke. They're moving in, TP away. They move into the site, cancel at the last minute. Brother, these guys, like, they don't use the brain. You know, they don't know which game they're playing most of the time. Like, they're allergic to thinking about these topics. Then, okay, you wanna fuck up the enemies with the shotguns. Okay, you can do that. Like, even in a full buy round, you know, with Omen, you don't need to buy a Phantom. You can buy a Judge, Sheriff, Heavy Shield, and Utility. Really good. Okay, really good buy option. Like, you have a gun for a close range fight, you have the gun for medium range and long range fights. Raze has the ultimate. You're afraid to play with the automatic weapon because of the Raze ultimate. You wanna fuck up the enemies behind the Raze. Okay, valid option. Buy this instead. Don't buy a Phantom. And then, you know, enemies are going C. Let's do a Kabi position smoke. We dodge the Raze. Going through the smoke. We demolish these guys. You know? But always keep in mind that if you're doing this type of a setup and enemies are pushing C, you still want to do this smoke as well. Like, most of the times, if I hear the footsteps of the enemies pushing C and I want to play around this smoke, first I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do this. Because this second smoke is a great escape route to get the fuck out if you don't have any more bullets to fight the enemies, or, you know, there's no reason to fight enemies anymore. Okay. I just don't know why are you forcing yourself so much to use the shorty. Like, I mean, I love to see it, but not when it doesn't matter. Why do you think you don't need aim below Ascendant? Brother, like, mid-size smoke is also good for teammates, absolutely. I mean, I don't, like, listen guys, I don't think anymore. You know, like, I don't know, I just have proof of everything that I'm talking about. Like, I just coached so many players and I've seen so much fucked up shit that I'm not even using my, I'm coaching on autopilot mode these days, to be honest. Like, there's at least, like, I don't know, 100 players that I've coached that got immortal without hands. Like, basically, there is at least 50 players that were 40 to 45 years old. Like, these players, it doesn't matter what type of aim training they do, they can never out-aim a kid that is 16 years old, that is playing the game 24/7. But thankfully, in Valorant, raw mechanics don't need to matter until Immortal 3. So I don't see that they don't matter. But you can play the game in a way where you don't need to rely on your mechanical skill to win the rounds in games up to Immortal 3. So basically, like, from Immortal 3 to Radiant, and that is where, like, mechanics start to matter a lot more. Like, that is where you need to, basically, you know, you need to be capable of winning a 50-50 duel against an Immortal and against, you know, a Radiant player, basically. At least 50% of times. If you play Omen of... No, not Omen. Like, recently I coached a player on Vice Vice is like, you know, with Vice in these lobbies, you can basically, if you have good positioning, good read of the game, you can have like a 70% round win rate on defender's side. And on attack, like, you just apply a few tips and, you know, cheesy strategies, like, and that's it. Cypher as well, like, Jet as well, like, I don't know. Raze is mega easy to play as well and get some free kills. What did they say then? That you know aim prets? Prek. I don't. Ask me again. Is this coaching for goal? Yeah, the guy that we're watching is goal 3. So even as a Jet or duelist, you don't need aim. Depending how you play the Jet. Like which guns you abuse, like which strategies, which tactics, which executes, like a job of a Jet on attacker side is to take the space, apply the pressure, and stay alive. In 70% of executes, 80% of executes. Your job is not to go in and take a kill. Your job is to think about the timings, about enemy's positioning. You know, you have a Judge, you have a Stinger, you have a Bucky, you have a... On defender side, Operator and Outlaw, and Snipers. Snipers are easier to master than actually Phantom and Vandal and playing the gunfights with automatic weapons. At least based on the players that I coach, like, I don't know. It's a big sample, like. I often hear people to say that you need to work on mechanics, even in gold. Like, you should be working on your mechanics, like, I don't say you should not do that. Like, you should always have some kind of a proper warm-up, aim training, work on your problems, like, at least try to fix them. But your core gameplay, your playstyle, should rely on your strengths and your weaknesses. Like, if I played since closed beta, if I tried to play in the same way that maybe Scream plays, I would have never in my life got Radiant in this game. You know, picking Reyna, swinging everything with a flash, and taking the fights. Because my main weakness is my mechanical skill. It was always. Especially now, like, now I'm getting older and I'm really starting to feel the effects of unhealthy lifestyle. But even back then, when I was younger, like, my mechanics were never, like, you know, bikini bottom of Radiant. I can out-aim, like, an average, like, Immortal player, but a Radiant player, you know, that's debatable. At my best day, I can do a 50-50. At my best. And I don't have that many good days these days. But, you know, Valorant is, like, knowledge, game knowledge, decision-making, proper utility usage, like, you will notice, like, if you watch, tomorrow, I don't know, in a few days from now, I'm going to release the final episode of Chamber to Radiance series. And you will notice that in every single clip, I was fighting with some kind of an advantage. Enemies were not looking at me. I was fighting with my teammates. I was abusing some off-angle, setup, operator. I was abusing something. Like, there's not a single clip where I was fighting where I just swing and kill 4 enemies pop up with a headhunter. Like, as long as you have basic mechanics in Valorant dialed in, like, you know when to one-tap, when to burst fire, you have a good crosshair placement, which is the most fucking important shit. You have a solid relation between movement and aim. Like, you're not missing shots because you're run and gunning. You don't need crazy reaction time, you don't need crazy, like, precision. You can be mediocre and still get Immortal 3. Minimum. No, actually, I don't want to say any min-max, but you can get Immortal 3 still. Radiant, you know, like, you just need to play a lot these days. Like, the ranks are mega inflated. Like, if I can get Radiant with 30% win rate on my 20 accounts, Like 20 of my accounts have a Radiant MMR. And I can get 20 accounts in Radiant with 30% win rate. Which is stupid. What's your opinion on Stinger? Still good. Like, still one of the best. Okay, not the best, but still one of the more optimal anti-eco weapons and force buy weapons. As the weapon is especially good if you're saving the money for operator on a defender's side on a lot of the maps, such as Split, for an example. Still better than Spectre by miles, in terms of how much money you're investing for the firepower. Like 16. How much is? Yeah, 1600. Like this is a criminal price for this weapon. And also, by the way, guys, like, no, never mind. Let's just see this. What he's gonna do. Okay, so in the previous round, enemies did use the A, B, C, D, E, F, G pattern, but we got bamboozled a bit. Like, they actually just went for a 5-man push on C with a Raze ultimate. No staken. Next time when they have the Raze ultimate, we're gonna think a bit harder. But still, the only information that we have about the enemies is that every round they're doing something different. So even in this round, I would gamble that there's no fucking way that enemies will go C again. And it is a better gamble than starting on the C side. Now, in this round, you can start on B. You can start in garage. And expect the push through there. Anyways, like, in every single round that we played thus far, on a defender's side, one constant factor for the enemies was that they always had someone going through mid. Like, there was always someone in garage, someone in mid area of the map taking a fight. So if we're already playing an eco round and enemies are doing something consistently, let's fuck, you know, let's fuck up those idiots. Let's pick up their guns. Here, buying a light shield with a shorty, fine, absolutely fine, and you should just save the classic pistol. But once again, you should be playing in, you know, starting garage. Let's try to kill that breach that was always going there. Reyna as well. Like, Reyna was pushing through garage like in 80% of rounds. Okay, Chamber actually punished that guy on mid now. Also, listen, like, if your teammates are not giving you any callouts, like, basically, there's no communication, no nothing. First of all, if you see some utility on the minimap, give your teammates smokes blindly. You know, based on timing. Like, basically here, like, you know, if you see on minimap that enemy Reyna did a flash at 135, even if your teammates are not telling you anything, you know, they're not telling you where to do the smokes, what utility to give them, like, you need to pre-assume that enemies are taking the space, that enemies are pressing forward. Especially because our teammates are playing mega passively. Like here, I would not do any smoke for Yoru, because he's probably playing some shotgun setup in short, so he doesn't need us. But I would 100% give some kind of a smoke to Reyna. You know, in this scenario, we can do a default smoke. I mean, we have two teammates fighting on A. I don't know, maybe they can do something with a default smoke. Or, you know, if you already want to do one smoke for your teammates on A site, usually the best idea to give them is this smoke right here. Because through this smoke, you know, your teammates can outmaneuver the enemies through short, through the back side, through the front side. Like, they have more options around which they can play. You know, Yoru can connect with Reyna, Reyna can connect with Yoru, etc, etc. But after seeing this flash, and you don't hear any footsteps in C long, I mean, it would be criminal that we don't pre-assume that enemies are pushing A set right now. What is it? What is that Yoru clone, man? And also, like, this position that you're playing right now, without a garage control. Another crim. Okay, let me give you one idea. So, you have all of the utility available. You want to play with a shorty right here to fuck up the enemies. Well, is that a good strategy? Sure, fine. But the problem is, if you have no one guarding the garage and guarding the long, you don't have an option to do this. Like what if right now enemies peek you from the garage? You're dead, essentially. What if enemy breach randomly pop flashes here and they explode on sight? You're dead as well. Like, the best idea in these scenarios, and generally, is to bait the enemies to think that you don't have a shotgun. You're not playing close. And fight for information. Like, basically, you should start on the plateau, jiggle garage, jiggle long, jiggle garage, check long, check garage, check long, check. You get the point. Or you can just hold the garage. You see the enemies there. Okay, we can do this smoke. We can teleport and take the smoke as a cover. And now wait for the enemies. If they're only pushing through the garage, even better. Now we can do this smoke. They're going out. Paranoia. Take a kill, take a gun. We can continue fighting the enemies. Maybe. I don't know, like how this, you know, what utility enemies are going to use. But this smoke setup and this positioning gives you much higher chances of surviving and getting a kill with this shorty. And also, I don't know, like how, like, you know, if you have Chamber in your team and you're playing Haven, and especially if the Chamber is starting on the B side, every single round, you should tell your Chamber brother, like, give us a trademark for the garage. Like, this is criminal. Just make sure that trademark is actually covering the whole entrance. Like, I see a lot of the Chamber players, they do this. Like, absolute fucking cancer. Like, basically just tell him to put a trademark here in the middle of the hallway, so it cannot be smoked off easily. And it gives me the fucking info if enemies are going through this choke point.
One enemy remaining.
Overall, just based on that one flash on the minimap, you should have given your teammates on A site a smoke long time ago. Long time ago.
Spike down A.
And also, like, you know, if you don't really know the exact information about the enemies, remaining enemies, like, path through these areas of the maps a bit more carefully. Like, your crosshair should always be placed on the most probable angle from which enemies can kill you. If you're already rotating with a shorty, I don't know why you didn't save the classic pistol, but whatever. You know, if I'm rotating from C to A, from this position, jump spot this, you know, check that spot. Now let's go through the... why are you going through the B set anyways? With a short team. Like, just go CT and that's it. Like, shortest, fastest route possible. Like, let's connect with our teammates. Enemies can push, you know, this race can push through B. Jump spot this. Okay, she's not there. Bunny hop here. And that's it. If you catch the glimpse of the race, okay. I mean, once again, some heavy position setup and we can try to delete the race. But here, like, you're rotating, like, there's not a single chance for this race to be anywhere. To be in the garage. Here. You know, like, maybe she picked the timing based on your footsteps. Like, to be here, like, you know, jump spot this and now. Let's go. Jump spot this and now. Let's go. And not again, bro, like. I just don't understand why. Like, if you already want to play this up close to the enemy team, okay. Is it okay to play this aggressive towards the enemies? Absolutely. And to abuse these setups. But first of all, you don't want to do it every single round. You don't want to do it every single round. And you know, if your main plan is to do this strategy in a full buy round, but buy the Judge, Sheriff, and Heavy Shield and Utility, it's fine. Like with Omen, you always have the options to close the gap with the enemies, to put that Judge in the enemy's anal cavity. You can kill the enemies in the garage easily, pushing through the C-long easily, on the C side easily, on the A side there's so many smoke setups we can use to close the gap with the enemies easily. Like, I don't know, with a Vandal and Shorty, why would this be your starting position? Like, once again, you know, on the bomb site, we should try to abuse like 1, 2, 3, 4 different peaks. And then, like, after you do that, okay, maybe, you know, from this position, we can do this smoke once we drop down, and then teleport here. And this smoke you can also use sometimes to dodge the enemies' recon darts and stuff like that, and then play with a Shorty and surprise the enemies and get a kill. But once again, we really don't want to do it every round, because at some point, enemies are going to learn. You know? Like, very, very rarely in my gameplay I would repeat one strategy more than 2 or 3 times. Like, 2 times is already, on a defender's side, like, 2 times is okay. But 3 times, like, I don't know. Like, I always give players some credit. You know, even if they are, like, gold, ascendant, diamond, like, I expect sometimes people to use their brain. That's why, like, on every bomb set you have, like, with Omen you have at least, like, 4 to 5 different setups on every bomb site, depending which weapon you're using. So you have, like, I don't know, on Haven we have, like, around 30 different strategies that you can use, like, not really 30, around 20, basically, on A side, B side, and C side. Why do you stick only to one playstyle and one strat? It makes sense in this game because, you know, they really don't have a recon agent. But if you already want to play this close, buy the Judge. It's okay. Judge, Sheriff, let's go. Would you be catch on your own cubby position setup? No, because, like, I played Omen so much and controller so much, like, whenever I see some weird smoke, I either spam the shit out of it, I drop enormous amount of utility inside of it, I tell my teammates to do that, or I simply beat the shit out of my teammates and then I move in because I don't want to die from myself with a Judge in that smoke. Like, I don't care. Like, someone needs to go in. And I'm not gonna die from that setup. If I have a shotgun, I will gladly, you know, if I have a Shorty, Judge, or something, like, I'll get in the smoke and take a fight. Also, when you're... The reason why you do a cubby position smoke is so that you can do this. You know? You don't want to be here. You want to be doing this. In and out. In and out. Silent step mechanic. In and out. In and out. And then when you hear that the enemy's footsteps are aligning with the edge of the smoke, then you bop bop. Take a kill. Let's go. Like here, you know, on this position, you're still in a huge angle perception disadvantage. Like, if Breach is peeking you from here, I mean, he sees the tip of your Judge, Shorty, or whichever gun you have already at this moment of time. And you don't see his shoulder, maybe. You know, half of his body. Maybe not even that, to be honest. His toes. Feet picks. So, that's how you should be moving around this smoke. We didn't really need to waste 2 teleports for this, but okay. If enemies can be inside of the garage, never stay on this position. You're always in a disadvantage. Like, basically, a lot of the times, you will not be able to see the enemies that are going through the garage because of this fucking... whatever the hell this shit is. They will see your feet, they will be ready for you, you won't be ready for them, and you will get absolutely fucked. Now, second thing here, like, we already stopped the enemy's push. Enemies got a kill on our Yoru that was pushing from behind. So what is the play now? What do we do? First of all, whenever enemies have the Sage ultimate, chances are always much, much higher that they will try to end up on the bomb site where their teammates are dead. So I still believe that in this round, there is a huge chance that enemies will end up on C because of Breach corpse. But our Reyna is our last pillar of A site and B site defense, and the last pillar of map control, essentially. So, whenever you end up 4v4, and there is a huge chance for your sole teammate that is alone, to take a fight with the enemies, fuck it. Use the ultimate, connect with that guy, and play a 2-2 setup. Like, fuck the map control, fuck everything, like, just, you know, Leather Chamber and Sage play together, and you make sure that your Reyna doesn't die alone, and we can anyways pinch the enemies from CT and from the long together as 4. But right now you're just wasting your time. Like, enemies already got a kill from behind. God knows what enemies are gonna do exactly. Reyna is alone. This kill here, also, like, you know, what is really good for you to do, and what you should kind of always be doing, is whenever enemies do something, take some kill or die somewhere, like, you know, ask yourself, what would an average player in this lobby do in that position? You know, like, an average Gold 3 Platinum 1 player, you know, like, when their push gets stopped and denied, and they get a kill from behind, but that's an instant, no communication rotation towards the opposite part of the map. 80% of times. This is simply giving the enemies the confidence, like, they're like, let's go A. Like, even without the comms, like, they will naturally start pulling that rotation because you just fucked them up through the smokes with a shotgun. Sage did the slorb, Sage did the wall, like, they're feeling afraid of the C site, and they found an opening on the opposite part of the map. Everything that you're doing right now is just waste of time, since we know what enemies are doing, and your teammates are fighting the enemies, and a dangerous waste of time, actually. Like, I mean, right now you're relying on 3 of your teammates to take 3 solo fights in a Gold 3 Platinum 1 lobby. Like, good luck. Let's see. I mean, I love gambling, but this is too much.
You will not kill my ally.
Oh. Habla español.
Player standing.
My turn.
Listen, so you didn't lose this round yourself. But the problem is, you didn't win it as well. You know, like the whole point of the Omen's ultimate is to do these type of rotations. On the defender side. To reconnect with your teammates, to reveal the enemies, to apply the pressure, like... if you're not using the Omen ultimate in these moments, but when are you gonna use it? And anyways, like, I mean, just staying on the C set was brainless move overall. Like, you just auto-piloted way too much there. I think, is there a guy? Maybe this guy in the garage is like all the way close to the wall.
Standing.
My turn.
Planted.
I mean, like, clutching this 1v3, I don't know what to tell you, literally. Like, you lost the round like 20 seconds ago. Like, this is just impossible. Like, you know, for a gold 3 player of your caliber, like, the problem is, like, you should not be putting yourself in this type of a situation in the first place when you already have a better place, better team play, decision making. Like, you cannot allow 3 of your teammates to take 3 solo fights. Like, that's lunacy in this elo. In this type of clutches, like, if you're already going for them, your first goal is to get a first solo kill. Like, basically, pray to God that enemies are not gonna play together. Pray to God they're gonna be undisciplined, and expect them close.
Cover going out.
Generally speaking, like, with Omen, like, whenever you're retaking A site in some kind of a disadvantage, economy disadvantage, numbers disadvantage, or you need to go for some hero play, you want to do this type of a smoke on top of the bomb site. And with this smoke, try to outplay and try to outmaneuver the enemies, if you already have a teleport with yourself. The power of this smoke is basically that enemies don't really know exactly where you're teleporting. Like, 90% of times, you should teleport below. And then, with this smoke, we can clear the front of the site, and enemies don't see your feet until you get here. And you can do some crazy outmaneuvering to surprise the enemies and grab them left and right. Angle clearing and movement 0 points, but we already talked about it on the attacker side. Like, it can be much better. You'll get training for everything, no worries. No, you know, just impossible. You should not be in this situation. Now, in this, like, I'm just gonna give you one very simple tip. One of the most common mistakes that players do in ranked solo queue. A lot of the times, they will use the same ultimates for the same areas of the map. Sometimes that makes sense, but it makes you more readable. Like, in this round, if I saw that Raze has the ultimate again, I would actually play on the C side. Because the only time when she actually used the ultimate was for the 5-man C execute. And here, on this first contact between Chamber and Raze, you're doing instant teleport on top of the bomb site, getting this off angle, and playing with your Chamber. Not even worth risking it at this point. Like, even though you have 3 teammates there, like, literally not worth it. When you have such a bad teammates that are not able to hold their ground, and enemies are not really having a playstyle where they're just committing to the 5-man executes, rather they're taking a lots of fights left and right. Fuck it. Like, make sure that you can play with Sage, Yoru, Chamber, refrag them, kill the enemies on C-long, and then play the retake of A set with equal numbers or numbers advantage. Like, when you're doing the smoke to stop and delay the enemy's push in C-long, the smoke should look like this. And one additional smoke that you should always give to your teammates when enemies are executing C-side is obviously this smoke right here. That allows them to play from the backside to outmaneuver the enemy's utility and, you know, maybe to get a kill or escape unnecessary fights. When Yoru died, you should have already been on C side. And maybe Yoru would not have been dead, because we would be peeking from top of the bomb site together with Yoru and killing the enemy Raze. Now our Reyna would definitely be dead, but we will still be 4v4, you know? And we will know that enemies are not C. We would have stopped their push there and we can just play the retake of B, A. We can revive the Arena and stuff like that.
Fire in the hole!
Also, like, I kinda like jinxed you a bit. Like, all of the early rounds that you played on the A side, you started really good. Really good. But, like, if you're the only person playing on A side, it doesn't matter if you're only or not. Like, on A side, you always need to have someone getting the information here. Especially when enemies are not using any smokes to cross the aim area of the map. Like, this info is mega important so that your teammates know what to do on the opposite part of the map. If you allow the enemies to walk up here and to walk up here, that is terrible. Like, all of this time, your teammates can use to backstab the enemies, to rotate to help you out. Like, there's not as, like, okay, you want to play instead of this one way with a shotgun. Still, you know, you're starting like this. You know, getting the info and trying to see how many enemies are there. And then, like, you know, let's teleport and let's prepare for the setup.
Spike down, C.
Spike is C.
Smoke for C is terrible. You already know that, like, you know, the smoke is just, you know, I don't know if I need to repeat it, but when you give the enemies the smoke where they can get out through 3 different directions, especially when you have a chamber on the site, this is gonna fuck him up a lot.
We have a spike, please. We have a spike, please.
We got a bit lucky here. I don't know, like, to be honest, I don't know what you're doing. Anyways, like, why are you teleporting up here? You have a spike on C side, like, you know. I mean, it's okay to come here to help the Sage kill this Clove, but I mean,
Spike down, C.
like, you saw the Clove here. She could have gone back. She could have gone right. She can be anywhere.
C.
We have a spike.
Actually, okay, he actually saw the glimpse of her. What the fuck? Sorry, a bit tired.
We have a spike, please.
My bad, my bad. Good play, good play, good play. Good rotation as well. Good observation that enemies can be in the garage. Very nice. Listen, like, whenever you're fighting with your teammates with Omen, I mean, with any movement agent, always try to get some different elevation or spot from which you can kill the enemies from a different verticality. Like, you know, if your teammates are already fighting the enemies in C-long, TP here, fight with your teammates. And also, here I wouldn't use smokes. Like, if I'm already in a 3v2 numbers advantage, and enemies wanna fight us in this C-long, take that fight. If you have the full buy weapons and numbers advantage. Like, as long as we fight together, we're gonna win this round. Like, we wanna take this, we actually want to take this type of a fight because it's a favorable fight for us. And also how deep you should smooth the C-long depends where are the enemies as well. Like, I mean, here, much better idea would have been if you did a smoke like this. But you already know that no one is here. Sage is here, Reyna is here.
Healing you.
What was that wall, bro? This revive is a bit of a waste, like, I don't know. Aha, so they picked up the spike with that wall, right?
30 seconds left.
4v2, the golden rule: stick with your teammates. Don't let anyone die alone. Play the refray game. Don't be a hero. Don't die because you try to defend a position. Don't die because you try to defend the bomb site alone. Don't die because of timings and shit like that. Like, just isolate the angle smart. Don't let the enemies backstab you. And connect with a teammate that you think has the highest chances of dying right now. Or that is alone. In this example, you should be playing with Chamber.
Cover going out.
And limit your utility usage to the most basic one.
Spike plant.
You should have went with a Sage. Fuck this shit, bro, like, you know. Sage is playing super aggro. She's running like a maniac. Use her as a recon drone. Take the fight together with her, with Yoru as well. Pinch the enemies, that's it. You don't need to go for this backstab, especially because we have absolutely no idea. Especially in this elo, I have no fucking idea. What are these two guys gonna do? Like, how are they gonna play this post plant?
Planted.
Like, literally, an enemy could have been behind you. Like, one enemy can be behind this box. You literally need to check every angle that you're approaching.
One enemy remaining.
A bit harder than it should have been. But a win is a win. Is it worth trying VCT smokes for fake and denying info like caging for A long and short? Depends in which rank you're playing. Really depends in which rank you're playing. Like in low elo, most of the times not. You know? In medium elo, okay. In high elo, yes. Ooh, there's a lot of enemies. Now listen. Another golden rule of positioning on a defender side. Like, your positioning on defense completely depends on like enemies' pattern of pushing, enemies like default playstyle, enemies' team composition, and ultimate status. Right now. But it would be better for you to maybe try fucking up the enemies in the A main and maybe getting a kill there instead of waiting for enemies to get to the choke point and playing here. Like, for example, this position that you're playing right now is out of boundaries. Why? Because of the breach ultimate, obviously. Like, for example, you know what you can do with the breach against the breach ult in these gold, platinum, diamond, ascendant lobbies. Okay, you should abuse some kind of an common angle, off angle to get an initial kill. But then you can just simply play from the backside of A site, do the smokes, do the paranoia, and when the breach does the ultimate, just teleport across the ultimate instead of this corner right here. Or teleport across the breach ultimate instead of this one-way smoke. There's no fucking way that a gold platinum player will know where did you go at that moment of time. I don't know what is the plan here, like, considering, like,
My ultimate is ready.
what type of utility enemies have.
Left.
Shadow is trapped. Cover going out. Off your feet!
Like, like, you know, this is more like a situational awareness that you cannot just fix through watching one video or dying one time, or like, it's a game knowledge problem, you know? Like, basically, the match is starting, the round is starting. The first thing you ask yourself is like, what can enemies do on this fucking bomb site to fuck me up with their utility usage and their team composition? Second thing you're asking yourself is like, what is my economy, enemy economy? How aggressive should I play based on the guns? Third thing, what ultimates they have and how should I play around those ultimates? Like, what are my win conditions For an example, you know, Killjoy has the ultimate. You think enemies are gonna push A site. What do you buy? Judge, Sheriff, Heavy Shield, Utility. Why? Let me tell you why. let me tell you why. So we can start in long. Try to go for a one-tap here. Spam a few bullets to kill the enemies to the wall. Enemies are going in short to plant the Killjoy ultimate. We do this smoke. Paranoia. Literally. That's it. You just save the site for your teammates. You probably kill the Killjoy as well. And even if you die, your job is done. And it was a very good job. Enemies have... Do you think that I can reach Immortal without your help? Yes, like, I don't know, like, anyone can do that, like... Why do you need my help? It's a video game, bro. Now, listen. When it comes to, like, Breach Ultimate, we don't have that many counters. You know, like, I mean, your teleport is your best weapon, essentially. Like, you want to create some kind of a setup where you can TP across the ultimate, maybe outmaneuver the enemies like that. If you already want to play from the bomb site. You know, like, as I said, one setup that we can maybe use is when the enemies are long, we can smoke of this, Breach does the ultimate, and we hit the timing to go in there. And then based on sound, we're making a decision where to go next and what to do. Also, we can just paranoid the enemies going through long as soon as the Breach does the ultimate, and then TP across the ultimate here and get into this position. But staying here, I mean, I would not play this close, even if I had a judge or something like that. I would just play short then. You know, in short, very, very rarely the Breach is going to use the ultimate that goes like this. Like 90% of times, if enemies have a Breach ult, it's going to look exactly like this. Like 99% of times. They're going to do this with maybe some kind of a stun or fault line for the left side here. So with that in mind, with that information and knowledge in mind, like, this is all out of boundaries. And we need to have some escape mechanisms and tools to outplay the enemies. I don't know, like, there's a lot of Omen setups that I explain in the playbook to counter this shit. Like, this round we could have played with a Judge and Sheriff down in short and try to fuck up the enemies there. Then, as I said, like, you can start the round a bit more, you can position a bit more passively and then go for the aggressive play. Also, in this round, we have actually, you started the round with the Reyna. You know, like, you think enemies are gonna go A, but play some double bait, triple bait setups in A long. Let's try to punish the enemies before they reach the site. Also, in this match, one really good weapon to purchase is Operator with a shorty. Why? Every single enemy's execute was absolutely dog shit. They don't have recon abilities. They're not using good enough utility to clear these main areas of the map. They were leaving a lot of gaps to abuse this weapon. And whenever you notice that enemies are not, reconning this area of the map, they're not using a flash stun, you can get onto some angle like this to fuck them up. Those are the moments of times when you want to pull out this free elo stick. But your chamber is already playing up. Who the fuck cares? Your chamber is like 10, 13, 10, 14, 10, 15. Your chamber is gold platinum. Like, you need to carry the game. You need to get that early numbers advantage, stop the enemies push, predict the enemies, and close out the rounds yourself. You don't need to kill 5 enemies, but during this push, if you just killed 1 enemy and then played the retake, job done. Look, like, you just killed this guy. Job done. Okay, leave the site fully open, let the Breach and enemy team waste their utility, and that's it. We can just hold this angle, try to maybe get 1 more kill and get ready for the retake. Criminals on the attack. Okay, man. Like, I don't know. You are a very, very generic gold 3 player, which is good. Really good. Like, your problems are very easy to fix, which is also really good. The rest of the topics we will discuss through private messages, and basically I'm gonna share everything with you, like what you're gonna work on, which training you're gonna do, like for how much, which videos you're gonna watch, some private content as well, like and I don't know, if you apply everything that I share with you, I really think you're gonna get Ascendant 1 in the next, like, I mean, if you're gold 3 with this gameplay, with this type of gameplay, you will get Ascendant 1 in the next 3 months easily, like, literally. This is just criminal, bro, like, that you're not able to carry these type of games. Now, what I wanna say is, actually, I'm gonna keep everything for private, you know, private messages. I don't wanna talk about anything else. Okay. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment. Join my Discord server for coaching and giveaways and stuff like that. Tune into live streams when I'm not tired. And yeah, see ya in the next VOD review.